guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Israel says it has retaliated against recent strikes from the Houthis in Yemen by hitting targets in the port of Hodeidah. It comes as Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade rocket attacks following Friday's killing of the Lebanese militant group's leader. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Well, Hezbollah has confirmed the death of another senior official. This is Nabil Kawuk. He was part of Hezbollah's executive council. This happened in yet another one of these targeted airstrikes on the suburb of Dakhia, that is in southern Beirut, overnight. Now, also the Israeli military claims that in this strike that did kill the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, just a couple of days ago, that 20 other members were also eliminated in this strike. Now, over the past few hours, red alert sirens have been ringing out in these largely evacuated northern Israeli communities. But really what we've been seeing here on the ground are these strikes becoming deeper into Israel, with a lot of warnings being put out for people to stay extremely close to shelter. Now, diplomacy is really intensifying. We are expecting France's foreign minister to visit Beirut a little later on Sunday, really trying to push these efforts for a ceasefire amid fear of escalation. While we did also hear from the White House, John Kirby coming out to say that all-out war with Hezbollah or Iran will not in any way return these northern residents back to their homes. And they've really been pushing for the Israeli government to get them back home. And this is one of Israel's expanded war goals, to return some 60,000 internally displaced people back to these northern borders.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. While speaking to reporters at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, Biden said FEMA officials are on the ground in Florida working to address the situation.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now.
At least 64 deaths have been reported in the southeast of the United States as a result of Helene. The head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US says climate change is part of the reason Hurricane Helene has been so devastating. In an interview with CBS's Face the Nation, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said climate change is causing warmer ocean waters, which in turn is contributing to the formation of stronger storms.
And so it's creating more storms that are reaching this major category level than we've seen in the past.
Criswell said warmer waters and stronger storms cause higher storm surges and increased rainfall, which raises the risk of severe flooding and water damage. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the toll on the Biden administration that is being taken by Benjamin Netanyahu's determination to ignore the entreaties he receives from Washington over the spiralling conflict in the Middle East. Israel's elimination over the weekend of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah flew in the face of Biden's efforts to secure a 21-day ceasefire. Jasmine El-Gamal is a Middle East analyst and a former Pentagon advisor during the Obama administration. She says Biden has only himself to blame.
He's not actually trying seriously to effect any change. I mean, he's been complaining about Benjamin Netanyahu for almost a year now. And all of these leaked stories about how frustrated he is with Netanyahu, how he has angry phone calls with Netanyahu. But in the meantime, the U.S. continues to send arms and funds, continues to support the war militarily. Their envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been dealing on the Lebanon-Israel issue, has been completely sidelined, ineffective. The Israelis don't really tell him anything before they do what they do, and likewise with Secretary of State Blinken. So the Americans really come out of this looking extremely impotent diplomatically on one end, and then also at the same time continuing to fuel the very conflict that they say they're trying to end.
And of course there are questions about how all this will impact the presidential election campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Israel says it has retaliated against recent strikes from the Houthis in Yemen by hitting targets in the port of Hodeidah. President Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. And the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency says climate change is part of the reason Hurricane Helene has been so devastating. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. A I think I can. All right, here we are. Ready or not. What do you say? What a weekend. What a weekend. Where do we begin? Wow, lots to update on. Anything happened while I was gone? I only missed one extra day. But what a day it was. All right, we close out the weekend. Welcome into, could it actually be the greatest day of the week? According to Captain Ron, it is. All right, final day for the month of September. Here we go, 30th of September. Now, less than 24 hours from a potential port strike. East Coast, Gulf Coast. Talk about adding insult to injury. It's about the last thing we would need at this point in time in light of all that's going on all over this country. In the wake of Hurricane Helene, we've got all the latest. Latest number I had seen, death toll is now 89, continuing to climb. Helene still dropping some fairly heavy rain in parts of Virginia, eastern portions of West Virginia, as the flood watches and flood warnings continue for some areas. Road closures. Man, oh man, roads washed out all over the place. How can you get from point A to point B in western North Carolina? To some extent, you can't. I had a call from the Carolina Monkey Gouger just before showtime, and right out of the box, hey there, Gouger, how was your weekend? Did you get washed away by Helene?
Steve, this has been one heck of a weekend. I got some road report we got to get up on real fast. I-77, 4-mile marker is shut down, fatality accident. All lanes are shut down, northbound 77. So that's the first one. Next thing is, as we're speaking, they are evacuating people in Casey, South Carolina, that live along the river over there for the high flood waters that's coming down. They are being evacuated as of right now. I-20 coming out of Atlanta eastbound is shut down indefinitely for a chemical fire at Conyers, Georgia, that blowed up today, and it was a swimming pool place, and all I know is they were supposed to have foam in the building in case something like this happened, and somebody sprayed some water on it, reacted, and it exploded. Don't know the death count, if anybody got killed or not. Also, along I-20, once you go up around that detour, now what I did was I just run 285 on up, went to 78, went across, and that was a nightmare. Everybody, I was running into everybody was running from that fire. There's some other ways around down there, but you're going to have to find a way, your preference. But, and then along I-20, from Madison, Georgia to Augusta, they are still without power. Some counties does not have no cell service. They have done a piss poor job of clearing the highways off. They went there and just cut with a chainsaw. Numerous trees down, seen over 75 cars wrecked on the shoulder. They have run into this debris. They tried hard, but they should have done a little bit better job of cleaning up that shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's just one thing after the other. I should have done been home, and I didn't know this was going on because they were blocking the highway off where I delivered down there to, I reckon, evacuate Casey. But a lot going on right now. I need to stay up. Y'all need to stay up on everything. Let's see. Did I miss anything? No, I think that pretty much covers everything that's been tore up. But that deal in Atlanta that's going to be. They say that could last up to 48 hours.
There's 17,000 people evacuated is what I'm seeing here.
Yes, sir. It was pretty bad. I mean, we was up north up there. You're familiar with the Stone Mountain area?
Oh yeah,
up there. And 78 runs right by there, and we were getting the fumes off of it way up there. So I mean, you could smell it, and so this is what you got. This is what you're looking in for starting at the Monday morning. So
it's a mess.
Be careful.
Yes, sir. It's a mess.
And Steve, I was at the motel. When I emptied out in Fort Worth, I talked to you that last night, and I had something just told me you need to go home. You need to go home. And I emptied out, and I called dispatch, and I said, "Hey," I said, "let me ask y'all something." I said, "This storm is starting to brew. It looks like it's going to be pretty tough." And I said, "I need to go home." And they said, "Well, you want us to try to find something?" I said, "I'll be home for y'all to get something." And I said, "Just let me run that by you." And I said, "I'll call you back in a minute." So I called Debbie, talked to Debbie. And she said, "All right, it'll be all right. So you'll be home, Saturday night, Sunday morning." So I called him back. I said, "Just go ahead and leave me on schedule." So I run back down to Fort Worth, went back, got in the motel, and that's when I got the slap in the face. That this thing here was going to come ashore, 140 mile, 165 mile an hour winds all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord! Now we were getting a drenching before the storm ever got to us. I mean, we got like 4 inches of rain before Helena ever got on the radar, and I mean it was just saturating everything. So when I got to the motel, I turned the AccuWeather on and sitting there looking at it, and Debbie called me and she said, "I wish you'd have come home." I said, "I wish I had to come home too, baby. Ain't nothing we do now but ride it out." So about 3:44 in the morning, I get a phone call from JJ, and I, when you get a phone call that time of the morning, it ain't good. It ain't good.
Right.
And JJ called me and said, "Hey," said, "a tornado's going next to your house." Well, really, there's 2 of them. I said, "What?" Said, "Yeah, the storm chasers are sitting in your front yard." And I woke up, and they were sitting in my front yard. They had a picture of the corner up there on the corner showing this hurricane was coming up to Pinewood. I mean, this tornado was coming to Pinewood. Oh, God. So I called Debbie. I said, "Where are you?" She was crying. Said, "I'm in the bathtub." So they said, "Take shelter." It said, it's really getting bad out there. I said, "Oh, Lord, have mercy. Look at this." So luckily, Steve, good Lord was looking out for us. The tornadoes lifted up off the ground, went over the house, and wrung about 10, 15 trees, wrung the tops out of them.
Mm-hmm.
I got trees down everywhere in the yard. Can't even get in the yard. I had to park out there on the street, on the back street back there. Mama's got damage all around her house, so I just wanted to make sure I got in tonight because I'm probably going to be off about 3 weeks trying to get this mess cleaned up. But I passed a lot of emergency vehicles. Memphis, Tennessee had their Mississippi search and rescue team, 18 vehicles rolling tonight coming into the area. So there's a lot of linemen coming this way, a lot going on. And, they trying to get in to help the people that need it and give them room, boys. I mean, those guys they're going to be up for long nights, long days.
Yes, sir.
And I tell you what, Steve, this thing is a total catastrophe. I mean, I've never ever seen a hurricane killed 89 people in my lifetime. Have you?
Not in my lifetime.
But, you know, I got some friends that live up there around Clyde, North Carolina. I'm just hoping the cell towers are out. I've seen some pictures of where they live at up there. We fox hunted together. Can't get a hold of them. I hope they got out. But, and then we got truck drivers that's missing. I don't know if you've seen the deal at Candler where they're looking for this one driver. They found his truck, but they didn't find him. Have you seen the video of all those trucks sitting in that parking lot waiting to go in over that Black Mountain?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Well, they was. I'm thinking from the way it looks, that is the Ingles Food Market warehouse.
Okay.
At Black Mountain, and that's set right beside of Babbling Brook. And this guy was sitting there filming all this stuff of the people, you know, the water and stuff coming off that creek, and it was up to the door, and he's still filming, you know, and I'm thinking, I said, why in the hell don't you get out of that truck, get on top of it, and try to get on top of that trailer? Because, I mean, it was rising like maybe 6 inches every 5 minutes, you know. And there was a bunch of other trucks in there and everything. The water's all flooded up in the cab. It was a mess, man. I mean, some of the stuff that, you know, that chimney rock?
Yes.
Chimney rock's gone. Along with some other stuff up there. I mean, it's terrible. But we're starting to experience the water coming down. Because everything that dumps up there in that part of western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee runs down and eventually makes its way into our system down here. And so they're expecting high water to come and everything else. But that's about it I got. But look here, the other night, I was looking on Facebook, and I see this cat in the hospital and it's got this set of blinders on. And I'm looking at it, I said, who the hell is this? It's Steve-O. I said, what in the world happened to him? You know? So I'm thinking, you know, I called Pappy tonight, talked to Pappy, and I'm thinking they operated on your damn head and they was operating on your heart. Are you okay, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I'm still in the land of the living. What one stint? It was a long day Friday. Let's leave it at that. Long day, but. Yeah, in that picture, my daughter had put that's a sleep mask she had put on me. And you might notice they had my arm tied down because I kept wanting to move my arm. They strapped me down.
And no way to get a cigarette, no way to drink no Skull Buds. I feel your pain, buddy. Well, Steve-O, if anything else happens tonight, we'll be back in touch with you. I just wanted to touch bases with you tonight, give the guys a heads up. Trucking ain't gonna be fun along this southern corridor on I-20 tonight. It's really looking bleak. So everybody heads up, and as usual, nobody's got a CB radio on, talking to nobody, telling anybody anything's going on, and so y'all truck them safe, be careful, and we'll try to stay up a couple nights. Hey, when are you leaving going on that cruise?
We're less than 2 weeks away. Friday the 11th. I'll be out for 10 days.
Well, I'm going to hit this cleanup debris real hard for the next couple of days. And, you know, after a hard day in the working, you got to have them nice yellow jackets when you come into the house and sit down. So I'll try and call you. Probably won't be this week or next week, give you an update on how we progress unless anything else happens. But you have a good night, man, and I'm glad you're doing okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the full report there, Gouger. Yep. It's a messy situation there. This has nothing to do with Helene. But Rockdale County, the chemical facility, it started early Sunday morning, which has prompted orders for many thousands to evacuate and others to shelter in place. Shelter-in-place order has been given to the entirety of Rockdale County. About 5:30 Sunday morning, apparently a sprinkler at the Biolab plant in Conyers malfunctioned, which sprayed water on a chemical that doesn't mix well with water, a reaction that at that point created a large hazardous plume that then began drifting to the northeast, according to the Rockdale fire chief. The malfunction also caused a small fire on the Biolab roof, which was contained during the press briefing about 5:30 this past afternoon. By that point, they said the roof collapsed due to the fire. The fire reignited about noon this past day, though, and that's when the huge plume of smoke billowing from the plant, prompting an evacuation order from anyone between Sigmund Road and I-20. The fire was knocked down about 3:30 in the afternoon, but they say the plume of smoke could be visible for several days ahead here. There are about 17,000 people that have been evacuated. Anyone in the evacuation zone needs to leave the area, they said. Anyone outside the zone, stay away. Anyone directly north of the evacuation zone is asked to shelter in place. County officials said I-20 is blocked off in both directions. Georgia State Patrol has been called in to help with traffic control. Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security has issued a shelter in place on behalf of the Rockdale County Emergency Management Agency. For residents in the north half of the county, above Sigmund Road, those residents remain indoors, windows and doors closed. Turn off your air conditioning. County officials said Sunday afternoon that those who don't leave the evacuation zone shelter in place. People south of I-20 should be safe, they said. They have requested assistance from other agencies besides the State Patrol, many of which are now deployed across the state for the response from Hurricane Helene. Newton County schools and offices will be closed today. Georgia Piedmont Technical College's Newton and Rockdale campuses closed until further notice, according to the school. Rockdale County schools are still on fall break right now. DeKalb County has also opened the Lucius Sanders Recreation Center as one of the evacuation zones, a shelter. Officials said residents who have questions should call the Rockdale County EMA hotline. But, some of the videos coming in, the county this past day called on all churches to cancel services. For those that were already holding services, they were asked to disperse immediately and for attendees to not travel through the affected areas. But the fire reignited as officials were working to remove the water-reactive chemical from Biolab to stop any further reaction, which they said required heavy equipment. The EPA now is conducting air monitoring, determining what the chemical is. County officials said employees were at the facility at the time of the early morning incident. No injuries at that point. There's no time frame on how long the shelter-in-place order. They don't have an estimate on the number of people evacuated, but at the first it was somewhere akin to 17,000 had been evacuated. And yes, how do you get from point A to point B with so many roads closed? We'll try to update you as much as we can, rolling into a Monday. Well, hello, Captain Ron.
Happy greatest day of the week. See what happens when you take a day off.
What a mess.
I'm glad to see you're still alive. I'm still alive. We made it through our part of the hurricane. Most of the beaches got washed out, basically. I mean, they're mass destruction on the beaches. I never lost power. The people across the street, they didn't get their power back till Saturday. My sister lost her power 3 o'clock Thursday, 80 miles south of me, and when the hurricane went by Clearwater, it was 150 miles out, but there was 7,000 calls for rescue Friday after it went by.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the storm surge was 6.8 feet is what we got. We had 9 people in my county that died from ages 37 to 89. There was boats everywhere in people's yards and out to sea. It's a mess. And I would arguably say that North Carolina and Tennessee is going to actually be worse than we are here in Florida. I mean, we had people at church that lost everything. They lost their house and everything. So this was a bad storm. It was pretty bad. And now we got more brewing.
Yes, there's more potentially on the way, and we got a lot to cover. Let me pause there, though, as we hit the bottom of the hour. News break, 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Israel says it has retaliated against recent strikes from the Houthis in Yemen by hitting targets in the port of Hodeidah. It comes as Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade rocket attacks following Friday's killing of the Lebanese militant group's leader. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Well, Hezbollah has confirmed the death of another senior official. This is Nabil Kawouk. He was part of Hezbollah's executive council. This happened in yet another one of these targeted airstrikes on the suburb of Dakhia, that is in southern Beirut, overnight. Now, also the Israeli military claims that in this strike that did kill the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, just a couple of days ago, that 20 other members were also eliminated in this strike. Now, over the past few hours, red alert sirens have been ringing out in these largely evacuated northern Israeli communities. But really what we've been seeing here on the ground are these strikes becoming deeper into Israel, with a lot of warnings being put out for people to stay extremely close to shelter. Now, diplomacy is really intensifying. We are expecting France's foreign minister to visit Beirut a little later on Sunday, really trying to push these efforts for a ceasefire amid fear of escalation. While we did also hear from the White House, John Kirby coming out to say that all-out war with Hezbollah or Iran will not in any way return these northern residents back to their homes. And they've really been pushing for the Israeli government to get them back home. And this is one of Israel's expanded war goals, to return some 60,000 internally displaced people back to these northern borders.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. While speaking to reporters at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, Biden said FEMA officials are on the ground in Florida working to address the situation.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now.
At least 64 deaths have been reported in the southeast of the United States as a result of Helene. The head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US says climate change is part of the reason Hurricane Helene has been so devastating. In an interview with CBS's Face the Nation, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said climate change is causing warmer ocean waters, which in turn is contributing to the formation of stronger storms.
And so it's creating more storms that are reaching this major category level than we've seen in the past.
Criswell said warmer waters and stronger storms cause higher storm surges and increased rainfall, which raises the risk of severe flooding and water damage. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, so here we are several days in, and hundreds of thousands still without power. Matter of fact, the largest outages are in South Carolina. According to Power Outage US, at this hour, 764,000 plus in the dark in South Carolina, 583,000 plus in Georgia. Another 459,000 in the dark, North Carolina. Believe it or not, Florida down to 136,000 and some change. Another 105,000 in the dark in the state of Virginia. All along the eastern seaboard, there's your top five. So did you say you didn't really lose power for any length of time?
No, it flickered at my house a couple of times, just enough to aggravate me to watching TV, taking time for the cable box to reset. But there was people that, across the street that didn't get their power back till Saturday. So they were out of power for 2 days, basically. You see those pictures on Facebook and on the news and all of that, and it just doesn't do justice to the effect, of the damage. It's mind-boggling. I saw swimming pools at those resorts that was totally filled up with sand, and it wipes out everything inside those buildings, and the sand is waist to chest deep inside those buildings. And so it's going to take forever I don't know how long it's going to be before it gets back up into operation.
Right.
They've got all the access to all the beaches cut off unless you're a resident or a business owner or an employee of those businesses. You can't even get in those areas. And the piers, a lot of the piers are just washed away, like the big one at Clearwater Beach is called Pier 60. It took a lot of damage. The one at Safety Harbor was totally washed away except for the poles that, for the decking. And the same thing at Dunedin, the pier was washed away. And, like I said, it's almost like you can't fathom the storm surge, the damage that it does. They were predicting, 5 to 7 feet, and they got 6.8. So they forecasted it right, but it's even me, you underestimate the power of the water and the storm surge. I don't know if just human nature, it's not going to be that bad because it hasn't been that bad before, but I mean, that was 150 miles out to sea and we had all this damage. What would it have been if it would have been a direct hit?
Right.
You know what I mean? It could have been way worse. And like I said, I would argue that North Carolina and Tennessee and up there isn't going to be worse. They had whole towns washed away. So you don't know how many people is going to end up on the death toll.
Yeah, because the numbers every time you turn around, they keep climbing. Yes.
Right. The numbers just keep going up, and they had all that rain before the storm actually came in. So I don't know. This was a bad storm. And we got more coming from what I'm seeing. Philip will probably give us a better information on that. I didn't watch the news at all today, but anyway, I'll get off here and let you take some calls from some other people and hopefully give us some more news updates.
I'll give you what we can get. There's a ton of it. All right, I don't know that we're gonna hear from Philip this morning. It looks like he's going to be sent me a text earlier. He's going to be taking the day off here Monday. So not sure what time he might be getting up here this Monday morning. Tennessee, the transportation department there providing an update on some of the roadway conditions through East Tennessee. DOT Commissioner and Chief Engineer Will Reed said much of the work that the crews have focused on so far is just recovery efforts and assisting local agencies. Said they've got over 300 employees in the field across Region 1 just to assess the damage, inspecting bridges. In preparation for repairs, we're getting some contracts ready for repair, but right now we're actually still in the debris removal and assessment phase. We've inspected over 100 bridges in the last 36 hours. There are still hundreds to go, he said. Still working to assess the magnitude of this rainfall event. This event is in excess of a 500-year event. Yeah, what that means is we design our interstate bridges over hydraulic crossings for 100-year events. So these are truly historic numbers we're seeing. Now, I said Tennessee's, the DOT's main focus is reconnecting the communities that were severed as a result of the flooding. As of Sunday afternoon, Reed said 27 sections of Tennessee DOT roadways are closed, 14 state bridges closed, including 5 that are completely gone. A number of local bridges were also impacted. DOT is working with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. That section of I-40 that had 2 areas washed out, one on the Tennessee side, the other on the North Carolina side of the state line. That, he said, is our top priority to reopen. I-26 between mile marker 40 and 43, another big focus for the DOT in addition to State Route 81, in Unicoi and Washington counties. Now, I said use the Tennessee Smartway map for the latest on road conditions there in the state of Tennessee. All right, before we get to some of the highlights over the weekend, hello to Philly Dan. It is that time again. Hope everything's good with you, Steve. Yeah, kind of dragging a little bit. It's the first time for everything. Yeah, a little pain in the chest from where the doctor said that's pretty standard. The stent has to settle in. And it's kind of, he said it's kind of invasive going in there. We're stretching everything out. So, Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The greatest day of the week, Breaker 19. How about your bunker buster? How's the blood flow? Did the doctor get that pressure valve turned all the way open? If so, yes, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. Steve, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Kind of a muggy, misty day and night in southwestern Hamilton County. If all goes well, the two-time world champion manure hauler should be back at the home 20, the Marina del Rey. He was out there still playing truck driver. We checked in here just a bit ago, so you can do so as well at 844-844-3388. Until then, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Wring out those raincoats, socks, and shoes. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? At some point in time, I think we will check in with Big Ed. How'd he do with college football over the weekend? Well, he's added on to the plus side. He actually did a pick 7 for this weekend. So how about 5 out of 7? That ain't bad. Not too shabby there. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Welcome back, Steve. Hope all is well. Gary is on board. Thank you very much. Hello to Marianne. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Hope you're feeling better. Steve did a barbecue competition in Mitford, Delaware. First state barbecue bash at the Moose Lodge. We did okay. 5th in chicken, 7th in ribs, 6th overall. Sending prayers to all the people affected by this monster storm over the weekend. Hello to Jerry, says, good morning, everyone. So glad you're back at it. We prayed you'd be okay. Be safe, everybody. Enjoy the ride. Country Bumpkin checking in, Waterford, Michigan. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Lord, be with the truck drivers stuck away from home due to the storms. Cribshot, check it in. Hope all's well there, Steve. I didn't know till I saw you in the hospital on Facebook. Hello to all those listeners. Can't wait for the show. God bless. All right, let's see. Brother Rambler was singing his heart out tonight, according to Pappy. Oh, boy. Rockpick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently, cloud 64 at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. Get a cup of coffee and let's roll. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, for bringing us After Midnight Talk Radio with Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. There you go. Watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. Daniel, good morning from Post Falls, Idaho. 54 degrees. Hope you're feeling better, Steve. Buckeye Boy, also out west, checking in from Bozeman, Montana tonight. 59 degrees. It was an absolutely beautiful day this past day in the low 80s. Made my way to the Big Sky Resort to unload, which is about 51 miles on a mountain. But it's going to get pretty cold tonight and tomorrow night. Then we're going to warm up a little bit. Glad you're back with us. Everything with your procedure went well. I got about 5 inches of rain at the home 20, according to my neighbor. But not much wind, which that was good news. I think we got more counting the front that came through before Helene. My mom lives in Conyers and told me about the fire. My sister said there were all different colors of smoke coming from that. Horrible. What also happened to western North Carolina, surrounding areas, among other states. I'm hanging out here till Thursday. Then we'll pick back up and head to Dana Point, California to deliver. Then we'll wait it out and do it all over again. All right, everybody have a great night and be careful out there. I saw a post from a firefighter there in Georgia who said, in my 18 years of firefighting, he was talking about the smoke. I have never seen that many different colors, and just obviously the toxicity, the toxic smoke billowing from that blaze on Sunday. All right, happy Monday, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Kentucky Ken on board. Glad you're doing well, Steve. I'm hoping to get back in the school bus maybe this week, at least part-time. Have a safe week from Kentucky Ken. Hello, Tanya. Good morning, Steve. Glad to see you're feeling a bit better. Spent the day looking at all the videos on Facebook of the destruction from Helene. It's sad to see the devastation. It's hard to believe. Hope all the truckers out there kept themselves safe. Prayers to everyone who was affected there. All right, Buckeye Boy said, I saw one company that had gotten a commitment from several helicopters to fly in relief supplies to people there in North Carolina and other areas of need. Hello, Big Ed. He says, I'm with you. Are you with me? Spaceman, yeah, thank you for welcoming me to the club. Only thing with me, Spaceman, is the good news was I did not suffer a heart attack. They were able to find the blockage through routine test, thank goodness. I guess at some point in time, what do you say? I guess kind of a ticking time bomb, waiting. He said, Big Ed, the undisputed king of all football knowledge, prognosticator of prognosticators. Well, what they are describing is one of the most colossal storms to strike the Gulf of Mexico in the past century. The devastation, far-reaching, unprecedented storm surges, ferocious winds, perilous conditions extending hundreds of miles inland. As floodwaters from Helene surged around a hospital in eastern Tennessee, helicopter crews from Virginia had to come in to bring patients and staff to safety. Rescued from rooftops, flooding emergencies unfolded across Florida, through Atlanta, Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee. Thousands of water rescues have taken place since the ferocious landfall in the Big Bend area late Thursday night into Friday morning. In one of the more dramatic water rescues, dozens of patients and staff forced onto the roof of Unicoi County Hospital, that's eastern Tennessee, when turbulent floodwaters from the overflowing river surged around the building. Luckily, helicopters were able to bring everyone to safety. One of the aldermen in Irwin, Tennessee, said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime storm for sure. More than 32 inches of rain fell in Jeter Mountain, North Carolina, nearly 30 inches in Busick, North Carolina. Atlanta, Georgia, recorded 11.2 inches officially in 48 hours' time. That was a new record that had stood since 1886. Atlanta was actually under a flood emergency there on Friday. As the death toll continues to climb, again, latest update was 89 fatalities. The National Hurricane Center estimated, based on computer modeling, storm surge reached at least 15 feet near Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, and Horseshoe Beach. There in Florida, the National Weather Service only has one tidal gauge in the Big Bend of Florida at Cedar Key. That gauge reached 10.3 feet, breaking its previous record that was set during Hurricane Idalia last year. Cedar Key, pretty much once a serene beach town, is in ruins at this point. There was one storm chaser that captured the devastation in some drone video. The devastation evident in every frame. The relentless waters submerging homes, businesses, landmarks. The proverbial landscape of nothing but debris. According to the sheriff of Pinellas County near St. Petersburg, several fatalities occurred in neighborhoods where evacuation orders had been issued. Some residents who disregarded those warnings ended up seeking refuge in their attics, hoping to escape the rising floodwaters. And in some cases, the waters reached into the attic, nowhere to go. The full extent of damage yet to be revealed in some of the hard-to-reach locations. Western North Carolina, as we know, is essentially cut off with landslides, flooding, closing Interstate 40, and numerous other 400 roads were closed at one point. I remember lying in the hospital bed there Friday afternoon, and the screen was kind of scrolling just essentially all, it said, just presume all roads in western North Carolina at that point were shut down. Nothing was moving. Now, although there weren't many weather stations in some of the remote areas where it made landfall, the strongest gust recorded during Helene was 107 miles per hour at the West Tampa buoy in the Gulf. Perry, Florida, also gusted to 98 with a 100-mile-per-hour gust at Alma, Georgia. But, of course, as the storm moved ashore, maximum winds in the eye were reaching 140 miles per hour, prompting what they call the extreme wind warning, a very rare warning coming from the National Weather Service, urging people to treat the storm like a tornado, take shelter in a safe interior room. All right, we'll get some of the other upcoming weather. As forecasters say, the area from the Western Caribbean to the Gulf of Mexico remain a potential tropical development zone over the coming weeks, even into the first half of October. Over the next week, 1 or 2 tropical storms could be born in this zone, possibly steered across part of the southeastern U.S., areas that have already been hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Latest on that coming up here. Meanwhile, and we saw this with the Dahlia last year. The word now is for the electric vehicle owners. Your vehicles may catch fire, inundated by salt waters. Owners in the path of the storm, like Helene, should be taking precautions and be prepared for the possibility of being unable to charge cars, obviously during the power outage. Governor DeSantis was urging electric vehicle owners last week, get the vehicles to higher ground. There's been a number of instances, electric vehicles igniting after hurricanes. Already I'd seen video posted from a Ring camera of a vehicle in a garage catching fire. Tesla offered similar advice about avoiding letting your vehicles becoming submerged if at all possible. If it does, they recommend tow the vehicle at least 50 feet away from structures or anything combustible until it can be inspected by a mechanic. Of course, electric vehicle owners unable to charge their vehicles during a power outage. But EVs aren't any worse off than conventional vehicles because gas stations in some cases can't pump fuel when there's no power as well. Yeah, a couple of years ago, Hurricane Ian compromised the batteries of as many as 5,000 electric vehicles. And just based on the scope of the flooding, how widespread Tennessee, North, South Carolina, Florida, the number of electric vehicles that have been, the batteries have been submerged. And of course, in the storm surge areas along the Gulf, that is being submerged in salt water. Another issue we're going to have to pay attention to. All right, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Spaceman Steve, what's the backstory on the stent? What made you get a stress test? If more people got the test, they'd get stents before a heart attack. Yeah, real quick, actually, Spaceman, my family physician asked if I would do a lung screening. It was actually to check my lungs, being a smoker for all those years. Lungs came back okay, but they detected what they called calcification that was seen by the CT, which sent me to a cardiologist. Cardiologist then did a full CT scan with the contrast, or the dye they put in, and that's where they detected major blockage in that right coronary artery, which brought me in Friday, and that's thus the stent. It was 70+% blocked. So that's the backstory there. All right, so it's 844-844-3388. Get a news break, roll it into the greatest day of the week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Israeli strikes have targeted Beirut as hostilities in the Middle East escalate quite significantly. A Palestinian militant group says 3 of its leaders were killed as the strikes targeted an apartment building in Lebanon's capital city. Trent Murray has more.
We've seen the Israeli Defense Force really continuing with those airstrikes across much of Lebanon. They say they're targeting Hezbollah parts of the country's strongholds, including Beirut. We know that well over 1 million people now have been displaced in Lebanon, evacuating away, particularly from the south of the country. But we know that services there are very, very stretched. We're hearing reports in the Lebanese capital itself that people are sleeping on beaches and even in the parks because they just don't have anywhere to go. But that hasn't seemed to have slowed down the Israelis. We've seen overnight them launch another airstrike, this time in a neighbourhood called Kola in Beirut. Now, what makes this significant is that this is outside of the southern suburbs, which is normally the Hezbollah stronghold. This is much more further into the downtown area, probably the deepest strike we've seen there since the 2006 war. So many are now saying, does that represent, well, an even further expansion of where these airstrikes will hit in the Lebanese capital?
At least 90 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helen, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the United States. Jagruti Dave has more.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power, and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. According to media reports, the incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is set to hold a general poll on October 27th. Shigeru Ishiba is replacing Fumio Kishida as the country's Prime Minister after winning the party's leadership race.
He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, Prime Minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve Parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the toll on the Biden administration that is being taken by Benjamin Netanyahu's determination to ignore the entreaties he receives from Washington over the spiralling conflict in the Middle East. Israel's elimination over the weekend of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah flew in the face of Biden's efforts to secure a 21-day ceasefire. Jasmine El-Gamal is a Middle East analyst and a former Pentagon advisor during the Obama administration. She says Biden has only himself to blame.
He's not actually trying seriously to effect any change. I mean, he's been complaining about Benjamin Netanyahu for almost a year now. And all of these leaked stories about how frustrated he is with Netanyahu, how he has angry phone calls with Netanyahu. But in the meantime, the U.S. continues to send arms and funds, continues to support the war militarily. Their envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been dealing on the Lebanon-Israel issue, has been completely sidelined, ineffective. The Israelis don't really tell him anything before they do what they do, and likewise with Secretary of State Blinken. So the Americans really come out of this looking extremely impotent diplomatically on one end, and then also at the same time continuing to fuel the very conflict that they say they're trying to end.
And of course there are questions about how all this will impact the presidential election campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Israeli strikes target Lebanon's capital city of Beirut. A Palestinian militant group says 3 leaders have been killed. At least 90 people have died in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November, days after Shigeru Ishiba won the leadership election of Japan's ruling party. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
On a back to work Monday. If your work is still there, think of the number of businesses flooded, destroyed, washed away in some cases. A lot of folks going to be out of work. There's a lot of cleanup to do. Meanwhile, soggy night outside the secret bunker here. Some of the remnants just kind of hanging around from what was Helene. That's going to be the rule. Showers, localized downpours, low clouds pestering the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic. Here into the final day of September. By the weekend, the hurricane was absorbed by a non-tropical storm over the lower Ohio Valley, where it remains nearly stationary. So several days of clouds, wet weather. Only when a cold front descends into the Midwest from Canada early this week will the shell of the former hurricane slowly progress eastward toward the mid-Atlantic coast. So it's gloomy weather. Not good conditions for fall activities, festivals, leaf peeping. Of course, a lack of steering winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. The result, Helene's lingering moisture, continuing the risk for some heavy rain and localized flooding over portions of the mid-Atlantic, especially across part of the central Appalachians right on through our Monday here. Moist air from the Atlantic will probably enhance some of the rain intensity over parts of West Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Some of the major airport hubs, D.C., Philadelphia. We'll see some delays with the low cloud ceilings. According to AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, Jonathan Porter, a scenario in which some places end up with significant flash flooding concerns if you have rounds of those slow-moving downpours. Now, that appears to be isolated, not widespread in nature, but, of course, use caution. Roads, as visibility will be reduced, a lot of standing water. Much of the area, though, has really been parched. Severe and even exceptional drought remains in place through much of West Virginia, southern Ohio. So this is really somewhat beneficial rain. By midweek, that cold front will finally swing through the Midwest and into the Northeast, finally sweeping all that remaining moisture off the East Coast. Then maybe a stretch of dry, sunny, less humid days once that front pushes on through. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you. I mean, I was ready to have a funeral for you, Steve, because I didn't find out till sometime Saturday that you was alive. Thanks to you being on dope and Lisa being busy.
It was a long...
I had to call New Mexico.
Yeah.
To Heat Wave, who called Pappy, who called Heat Wave, who called me and said, oh, yeah, Steve's alive.
I was supposed, the appointment was 8:45 there, Friday morning. So I got there. I was maybe 5 or 10 minutes late. No big deal. But it turned out my cardiologist, I guess someone had what they call an emergency. Sometimes, I remember I mentioned Friday morning, 1 in 1,000. People may suffer a heart attack when they go in. So that somebody had to be opened up, and it was like a 5-hour procedure. So that put all those that were scheduled before me, everything was at least 5. It was somewhere between 3:30 and 4 in the afternoon before they even took me back to do the procedure. And of course, then I'm all drugged up, la la land. I do. The doctor came in to talk to me. I don't remember a thing that he said, and Lisa had to remind me. I said, "Did I even eat anything?" Yeah, you ate a sandwich. While you had to, I can't. I think we got home about 11:30 Saturday night. Friday night. So then I wake up Saturday morning, and man, that's when there was pain from my shoulder all across the top of my chest. And she sent a text to the cardiologist, and he said that's normal. We went in there, and everything's kind of stretched. It'll get better in a couple of days. So I'm still, feeling you can feel it in there. He said the stent has to settle in. So nonetheless, I don't think we didn't get anything posted. Well, it was the 27th. Was that Friday night finally when we, or might have been Saturday. Before.
Yeah, for some odd reason, I thought it was Thursday. And because I sent Princess and text, hey, prayers for Steve, everything's going good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm thinking, by Thursday night, I'm thinking, well, is he alive? Gosh dang it, man, I'm going to miss my cruise, because if he crosses over, you know, and then I'm thinking, we ain't going to get to go on the cruise here. I spent all that money, and he's up and died on me.
Big Ed, that's why you had to call and give your picks on our Thursday morning program, because I was going to be off Thursday.
I thought you was doing it Thursday morning.
No, I had to no food, nothing to drink. I went to bed early there Thursday night, so I hadn't had anything to eat since like 9 p.m. Thursday night. And then all that delay.
I bet you felt like you were starving.
I damn near 24 hours without nothing to eat.
Man. Well, and then when I was talking to Lisa Saturday, she said something, but just, God, it brought back memories. You know what I dealt with. Glenda was in the hospital. That you felt like they put you in a dungeon?
Yes. Yeah. It's just. Apparently, when I
I'm
was
not making fun of you, Steve.
I mean,
Go
when
ahead.
I was so apparently, you know, you're in twilight. I'm not totally asleep, so I do remember, you know, opening my eyes and seeing things above, and you know, all these things were moving over my head, and I was like, I don't know, I felt like I was in a Saw movie or something. And I at some point, I guess I actually said something to the doctor. I said, I feel like I'm in a dungeon.
Well, and thankfully, you know, they had Glenda on so many narcotics, and during the day, you know, which I would stay at the hospital at night, they'd give her this dope, and she'd either call me or the daughter and say, hey, they moved me, I'm not in the hospital no more. And one time she called me, she said, Dad, they got me in a dungeon, you're going to have to come and find me. And I told her, you're not in a dungeon. You know, I said, I'll be up there in a couple hours and I'll find you. And we'll go in there, you know. She'd say, oh, they locked me up in a dungeon. No, you know, you're hallucinating. And she took a mini mind trip on that stuff. She knew how to call me, though. That's one thing she never did forget without, you know, how to call me. So, yeah, you know, it brought back memories when Lisa was telling me that you felt like you was in a dungeon. And,
yeah.
And you know, I guess people respond differently to that kind of, because I'm sure they were trying to give you something to get you to relax.
I'm
assuming.
To say the least, Ed. I mean, I don't like needles to begin with, and I mean, to start my day, the first thing you got to get is an IV, right? So the first young girl, she can't get it. So she's, you know how they're digging around. And my whole body's tensing up, and I mean, I was going into a panic attack. So she finally gave up. Yeah, second girl comes in. She almost had it, and it blew out, as she put it. Oh, we got a blowout. Bring in another girl. Third girl comes in, and we got another blowout. And that one, whenever it blew out, it literally sent a shock. Like a nerve shock through my whole body. And I mean, it's like,
oh, wow.
I was literally going into panic attack. They finally had to give me I think they gave me some Xanax to try and calm me down. And they had to bring in, the people that use the, what is it, like ultrasound or whatever to find a vein to finally get a daggone IV in me. Once they got that in, I finally calmed down once they got the IV in, but you know, when they're digging around, I'm playing pincushion. That wasn't a good day.
Oh, my goodness. So you're one of these that has poor veins, because Glenda had that same issue. They used to take them some kind of little handheld machine and run it over her hand and her arm just to find veins.
That's what they did, ultimately.
Almost like an X-ray thing.
That's what they did, the ultrasound, yep.
And then the poor young girl was been assigned the task of trying to find a vein that's hard to find, and they sit there and they get stressed out.
Yeah.
And of course, you're the one that's dealing with the pain and that needle. Oh, I know what you mean. I mean, I got good veins, but when they go sticking needles in there, you can damn sure feel it. That's for sure. Yeah, boy, you was missed. I mean, I want to do a little griping before I get started on the football. And I kind of want to gripe about some football too. Based on all the reports, I mean, that's catastrophic what happened over there in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And even the other places that I'm not seeing reports on. And in Florida, I mean, the devastation and the people that's lost their homes and their businesses. And yet I don't see nothing on the nightly news. Oh, I know there's electric linemen over there doing what they got to do to try to get these people some power back. And then you start seeing reports on Facebook from other families that, hey, I got family over there. Anybody ever heard from these people that don't have power, or maybe the cell towers are knocked down where they can't get a signal to get out? And all you hear or see on the news feed that you get is politics, politics, politics. I'm sick of hearing about politics. I want to know what our country, what are the states doing for these citizens over there? And I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent, or where they're from. They're in that vicinity and they're facing this catastrophic water, food, accessibility to get out. What the hell is FEMA doing? I don't see no reports about FEMA.
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing? What are our taxes doing? I've seen one state, I forget, maybe it's Georgia, called out 500 National Guard troops. Hey, if I was the governor of any one of these states that has suffered this catastrophic damage, and that's what it is, and that's what it's going to be, billions of dollars worth of damage, every unit in that state, National Guard, would be activated. I don't care. They would descend on those areas. Our government, our military has got the necessary equipment to get in there and get these people the aid that they're going to need. We ain't got time to play politics with that kind of stuff, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see no news reports on this stuff. Do you?
Very limited, Ed. Of course, I haven't had time to watch much news this weekend, though.
Between the football games and trying to keep up with what was going on over there, for somebody who was sitting here in his easy chair, because when I'm watching football, I usually get 3 games on my TV. I'm flipping channels. Then I got my phone, and I'm watching games on the phone, ESPN or whatever, or I'm keeping track of it with live feed on the phone, and I'm thinking, if you're going to do something like this, why don't you just go invest in a Wi-Fi and get a computer in there in my garage? But I'm like you, Steve. I'm tight with my money, and I don't want to spend money unless I just need to,
Right.
Thinking, well, I can handle all this stuff with my phone and the TV. And then I'm trying to keep up with that news. And I started in at 8 o'clock yesterday morning watching, Game Day and Fox Game Day and watching football all day and then trying to keep up with the news. But 11 o'clock last night, there was one game left on, and that was Oregon and UCLA, and my brain was dead, and I said, the heck with them. I didn't even pick them anyway. So, and then I want to sleep all day Sunday because I'm so brain dead,
Right.
I'm not trying to steal Brain Dead's name, Are you with me?
Are you with me?
Don't hang up on me.
I got you.
Hello?
Are you with me?
Yeah, you getting ready to go to news break?
No, but I will take a quick 2-minute time out if you don't mind there, Ed.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
We'll be right back. We'll take care of business.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers here. If we roll back into it, yeah, we're seeing the videos and the flooding results. I don't know how they tabulate the numbers, but one of the meteorologists says total rainfall east of the Mississippi in the past 5 days, including the upper level low prior to Helene, 40 trillion gallons of water fell from the heavens. 20 trillion, with a T, trillion gallons fell across Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, North and South Carolina, especially over the mountainous terrain. Somebody said, I don't know what 40 trillion gallons looks like, but according to ChatGPT, Olympic swimming pools, it would fill approximately 60 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. Each pool holds about 660,000 gallons of water. Let's see, the average American uses about 82 gallons of water per day, so 40 trillion gallons would supply over 1.3 billion people for a year's time. If you look at the great state of Texas, it would cover the entire state of Texas in about 3 feet of water. A lot of water came down recently. Hey, welcome back, Big Ed. Let me see. Let me push the magic twanger there. Take two. There he is.
Yeah, now y'all hear him sitting there talking to dead air. Well, to me, the trillions of gallons of water looks like the rivers that are overflowing and the dams that are about to break on the lakes. That's the only way I can fathom what that is. And then, as far as being average, I don't drink no 82 damn gallons of water a day. I mean, do you?
I think they're talking about flushing the toilet, washing your hands, all that stuff. You know, it's.
Well, I try to conserve. I use the bathroom and don't wash my hands. No, that's a sick. That's a sick statement, isn't it?
Yes.
I know I drink at least, as far as just drinking water, I probably could drink probably a good gallon, maybe not a gallon and a half, but yeah, okay. Okay, I can see that 82 gallons if you're washing and what have you. Right quick, more on this catastrophic deal. You know, what a better way to show the people that hate our guts and that would love to attack this country and see us in total chaos than to show them that there's no way in hell, excuse the language, I apologize, there's no way in heck that we can communicate. Okay? With this technology that we got today, Why don't we, this country, this government, position 3 or 4 satellites up in space, because you can do it, don't tell me you can't, where you can position them satellites over these catastrophic hit areas where people can bounce their cell phones off these dang satellites so they can communicate. And if you're dependent on towers in a time of crisis, and the first thing the enemy do is start knocking out your ability to communicate, knock, knock. Are we not showing them our weaknesses by what's going on? What do you think?
I don't think it's a secret. They know pretty well. I mean, technically, Elon Musk's his Starlink setup with all those satellites, that's ultimately what that's all about, to have connectivity around the entire planet. But I think you still have to have your towers to send the signal to the satellite to bounce it back down. You got to have the towers.
Well, no, I'm thinking, why not some kind of an app people can put on their phone that your phone can directly communicate. Maybe I'm way off base on my technology thinking that the phone can communicate to that satellite. They should be able to do it. In my opinion, that's just my opinion, with this technology, use a satellite to communicate directly to the telephones. Not so much for people to just be able to get out and start chatting, but some way that people can communicate to, say, a FEMA or Red Cross or whoever providing.
Because a lot of folks right now are not able to get much information, right, with the... All right, and we got to get our news break. And, hey, you did all right. You have, what is that, 5 out of 7 over the past weekend. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Israeli strikes have targeted Beirut as hostilities in the Middle East escalate quite significantly. A Palestinian militant group says 3 of its leaders were killed as the strikes targeted an apartment building in Lebanon's capital city. Trent Murray has more.
We've seen the Israeli Defense Force really continuing with those airstrikes across much of Lebanon. They say they're targeting Hezbollah, parts of the country's strongholds, including Beirut. We know that well over 1 million people now have been displaced in Lebanon, evacuating away, particularly from the south of the country. But we know that services there are very, very stretched. We're hearing reports in the Lebanese capital itself that people are sleeping on beaches and even in the parks because they just don't have anywhere to go. But that hasn't seemed to have slowed down the Israelis. We've seen overnight them launch another airstrike, this time in a neighbourhood called Kola in Beirut. Now, what makes this significant is that this is outside of the southern suburbs, which is normally the Hezbollah stronghold. This is much more further into the downtown area, probably the deepest strike we've seen there since the 2006 war. So many are now saying, does that represent an even further expansion of where these airstrikes will hit in the Lebanese capital?
At least 90 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helen, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the United States. Jagrati Dave has more.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. According to media reports, the incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is set to hold a general poll on October 27th. Shigeru Ishiba is replacing Fumio Kishida as the country's Prime Minister after winning the party's leadership race.
He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, Prime Minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve Parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Suffice it to say, I did not. Didn't get to see pretty much any college football over the weekend.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, Steve, you missed some good games. I mean, it's probably wise that you didn't get to watch anyway. You was waiting to get that procedure done because, or even watching some Saturday because, you know, it might have stressed you out. Stressed you out a little bit. We got that heart exercise more than you wanted it to. If you go back to Friday night, Miami and Virginia Tech. What was my interest in the game? The fact it was on, and I love college football. But you want to talk about somebody that got homered out of a game, and that was Virginia Tech. I don't care who you are or what you say. When the ref makes a call out on the field, okay, and especially when somebody makes a touchdown and they call it a touchdown, well, then they go back and review the film just to make sure. And once you make that call on the field, okay, they made a call at a last Hail Mary pass that Virginia Tech caught it and they made a touchdown, which Viola, they won the game. Time ran out. So they go in and they look at the video. To change that ruling, you have to have conclusive evidence that your call was wrong. All right, if you have conclusive evidence that call was wrong, then they can take the score off. But in this case, there was not conclusive evidence that the call was wrong. So therefore, they ruled it a touchdown. Virginia Tech should have kept that touchdown and won the game. But because they've studied that replay, I don't know, probably 5 minutes. The only thing I could see was there was 2 Miami players and there was 2 Virginia Tech players. Based on what I seen, the Virginia Tech boy caught the ball, his butt hit the turf, and at that point, that's why they called it a touchdown. But a Miami player jerked the ball out of his hand after he hit the turf and come up out of the pile with that ball. So they're reviewing it, and so they based that, oh, well, this guy ended up with the ball, so therefore he must have caught the ball. Mm-hmm. No, there was no conclusive evidence that he caught that ball. So Virginia Tech got homered out of a game, and that's what I hate. Okay, Miami, I know they was ranked number 7, but the facts on the field, if you're going to make the rules, let's be fair about how we're making these calls. All right, so that kind of aggravated me, which I didn't have no skin in the game, I didn't even pick the game. All right, remind me not to ever listen to Demon or Shot Crow. He is the lousiest football picker there ever was, Steve. I mean, I was up in the air about, based on what I was reading about between the Ole Miss and Kentucky game. The only thing with Kentucky, you don't know who's going to show up. Like a couple other teams I know out there. You just don't know who's going to show up at the game. And I'll be darned if Kentucky didn't knock Ole Miss off. And, I picked Ole Miss, so. And they was playing Ole Miss at home. And that was just a down-to-the-wire, nail-biting game. But Kentucky, hats off to them. They pulled it off, and they won. So I lost that game. Then I lost Oklahoma State-Kansas State game because once again, I thought Oklahoma State would bounce back, but I didn't realize their defense stunk as bad as they did. And like a dummy, I picked Oklahoma State for a bounce back because they normally bounce back after they've been beat. Well, Kansas State served them up a big old cow pie, and they ate it. So I lost that game. That gave me 2 losses. Mm-hmm. But big meat grinders, Notre Dame, they beat Louisville. Good game. I think they beat them by 7 points. Oklahoma and Auburn. Boy, even though I went against them last week in Tennessee, I still love my Sooners. And that was a nail biter grinder game. That's what college football is all about right there. That game. No, they're not or Alabama. No, they're not a Georgia. But it was 2 teams out on the field exchanging blows, and the game wasn't decided till the last, I believe, 2-3 minutes. And Oklahoma pulled that off. That was just good all-around college football. They won that game. Then Penn State and Illinois, that was another back and forth. No, like I say, they're not Alabama and Georgia, but it was good. If you love good college football, it was just a team effort by Penn State that they was able to beat Illinois. Then you had Texas A&M and Arkansas, same thing, back and forth. But Texas A&M was playing at home, and that's what they call home with the 12th man, because, their stadium, when it's packed full, you're playing against 100-some thousand fans, and it's hard to walk into Aggie Stadium and pull out a win if you're a visiting team. So I picked Texas A&M, and they got the win. Then the big one, Georgia and Alabama.
How about that?
Now, that craziest game I've seen in a long time. I mean, I don't know what. I hope I ain't coughing in your ear. Georgia, I thought Alabama had them on the ropes there at halftime. And I guess you just, you like to say, you don't lay down and die. You keep playing. And then Georgia to come back and make a game out of that like they did. Then Alabama wins it the last couple of minutes of the game. That was good college football. And if I ain't mistaken, Alabama's rated number 1. They replaced Texas as number 1 top spot on the ESPN poll, I believe it is. So you had some great football if you're a football fanatic like myself. And I know Texas didn't play that great against Mississippi State. So that's the reason they dropped as far as in the rankings. But, yeah, it was good football, Steve. And all I know here in the next couple of weeks, next week ain't going to be so bad because there's really, based on what I'm seeing, not that many of what I call meat grinder games. Now, the week we go on the cruise, yeah, I'm going to make some picks then. I'm going to make picks next week. But I guess the week we're gone, you got somebody going to come in and host a show for you like Pappy?
I don't know that they've got anything planned there. Honestly, they've got like an identical kind of setup or studio. Yeah, they're in Mount Gilead. I think they could, but I don't know who they'd put in there.
No, I nominate Pappy. Well, Horse Feathers is going on the cruise, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
That old tightwad that we call Pappy, and he's staying at home and taking care of the home front. So I nominate Pappy. He needs to be on the radio while we're gone, Steve.
Step up to the plate, Pappy.
Yes, sir. You can't find them, you grind them, buddy. You just get a hold of the Greater Cincinnati PD and tell them, hey, I got to take a week off. I got important things to do. So anyway, Steve, love you. Love the show. You guys be safe, especially if you're going in these areas that were hit hard. I'm almost feel guilty because I'm, going on a cruise. But, hey, I've seen some people was griping about folks going to football games. People's got to have a sense of normalcy, especially during catastrophic times. But the one thing I think we could live without until when we get this situation resolved over there, news media, knock, listen to what I'm saying. Let's get a few more reports about what people can be doing to help these people that are in need and lay off the politics for a couple of weeks. That's my view, Steve. Love the show. Guys, be safe. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you much. Big Ed, good to have you on board. Yeah, Spaceman, I think that was definitely a part of the deal. They had me on no eat or drink. It said if you have to take morning medications, just take a sip of water. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it had been, I'd been at least 12 hours with no food or drink before I even got in there to start the prep. So, obviously, I'm thinking I was kind of dehydrated. He says if you're dehydrated, it's hard to find a vein, and even if they get in, they may not get blood. Yeah, drinking a lot of water an hour before makes it much easier. Yeah, I was dying of thirst on the way to the hospital. I was thinking, man, I want a cigarette and a big bottle of water. But I think that was definitely a part of being dehydrated. They couldn't get a daggone vein. All right, Roki on board. Friday, 4:30 p.m. Yeah, lost power. He's in my area here. Restored about 2:15 Saturday morning. Yeah, car has an AC outlet. Wouldn't power the fridge, but was able to watch the digital antenna TV. I didn't gamble. I ultimately had to pitch some of the fridge contents. Yeah, you got to be careful about how many hours are those perishables actually still good. It is 844-844-3388. Before we get back to the calls, President Biden on Sunday, here just hours ago, said he does not intend to intervene to prevent a port strike on the East Coast and the Gulf if those workers fail to secure a contract by, well, what would be the midnight hour tonight. Now, he said, quote, "It's collective bargaining. I don't believe in Taft-Hartley." Speaking to reporters, presidents, of course, can intervene in labor disputes that threaten national security or safety by imposing an 80-day cooling-off period under the federal Taft-Hartley Act. So here we are, East and Gulf Coast port employers late last week raising the stakes in contract negotiations with the International Longshoremen's Association asking the National Labor Relations Board to order the union back to bargaining. They said due to the ILA's repeated refusal to come to the table and bargain on a new master contract, the USMX filed an unfair labor practice with the National Labor Relations Board, requesting immediate injunctive relief, requiring the union to resume bargaining so we can negotiate a deal. Yeah, the talks on a new 6-year master contract covering 25,000 union employees in the container and ro-ro services at 36 East and Gulf Coast ports broke off all the way back in June. Wages, benefits, the introduction of new technology that would automate some of the dockside services, all part of the dispute. The ILA has called for a strike on both coasts when that contract expires at midnight Tuesday morning. The National Labor Relations Board filing would not affect the strike deadline. USMX has been clear that we value the work of the ILA. We have great respect for its members. But in an email to media, a union spokesman called the filing a publicity stunt. While the USMX was completing their filing early Thursday, it's unclear what kind of timeline would be established by the National Labor Relations Board. According to the board's website, an initial investigation would determine whether a complaint should be issued against the ILA, which would then have 10 days to respond to the formal hearing. At the same time, National Labor Relations Board would have to decide whether to seek an injunction from a district court in the form of a temporary restraining order, which would theoretically send the union back to negotiations. The NLRB may also decide not to issue a complaint, or the sides could come to a settlement. Now, eventually, the NLRB could dismiss the complaint, order the union back to negotiations, or ask an administrative law judge to further review the case. Any decisions can be reviewed by a federal court of appeals, and, of course, a decision there could be appealed to the Supreme Court. It's also not clear what would happen if the union defies an injunction. Yeah, fines would likely be issued, but is there going to be some sort of a last-minute deal? We'll get more on that coming up here on a Back to Work Monday. Hey, good morning, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, this whole port thing real quick, is there something going on the West Coast ports too now? Or is it just the East Coast that's going to be an issue within about a day? Because I had heard that there's something going out west, too. I don't know how accurate that is, though.
There were some rumors and rumblings like the West Coast port workers might, in solidarity with their East Coast workers, kind of join in. Now, whether that would happen, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know. I just heard something about it. But anyways, Steve, this is, this whole thing with this hurricane was kind of weird. Now, granted, I don't live down there, and I wasn't down there. I was up in Wisconsin this whole time. I'm in Ohio now looking at the sky. I guess that's the remnants of it, but didn't really affect me at all. But seeing the pictures and videos and being 47 years old and having a memory that the government couldn't brainwash out of me with all their propaganda and their bull crap that they push, I kind of I kind of wonder some things, and I've been saying this for a great many years now. I remember when I was a kid, I was pretty young because my dad still had his travel trailer. And I remember, just growing up in Jersey, I remember Hurricane Gloria. We were hearing about it on the news. And my dad hitched up the travel trailer, and he filled the holding tanks full of water. And then he put he had a big cooler, and he put that in the floor of the travel trailer, and he filled it with water with the garden hose. And he hitched it to the truck and parked it in the street. And I remember thinking when I was a kid that it was going to be, when I woke up the next morning, weather like I never saw before in my life. And I remember I woke up and it was raining, like any other time it ever rained in New Jersey. And I got up and I went to my parents' bedroom and I was like, Mom, Dad, is this the hurricane? And they're like, yeah, go back to bed. My dad felt like a complete idiot because he was literally worried about the camper blowing away. I don't know. Granted, he grew up in Pennsylvania as a kid, like a little kid. I don't know how or hell my dad fell for that, but I'm assuming the same crap we always fall for when all the media is run for your lives, we're all gonna die. And then we're like, okay, do we run now or do we wait for later? We don't really know. And then it turns out, oh, it rained again. Oh no, it snowed a half an inch in northern New Jersey. Good thing we shut the state down for 2 days for this one. You know, crap like that, all these false alarms. And then when a badass hurricane comes rolling through, and it's an actual badass hurricane, it actually does a lot of damage, we're like, oh, well, the boy cried wolf. I lost track of how many times in the course of me being around, because I remember, like I said, I was Hurricane Gloria, an absolute joke. I remember, I don't even know when it made landfall. It was once Hurricane Irene. I know it was for sure tropical storm when it hit Jersey, flooded my neighborhood real bad. Where my mom's house was on the high ground. It was like a little island.
Mm-hmm.
But then the looting and the home invasion started in the flooded out sections, and even the sections that weren't, quite literally when my father just laid out pistols throughout the house to defend the house because the police were not coming if they needed them. And then Superstorm Sandy. Remember that? Oh, that hit New York City, the mecca of the news media. Oh, by the way, this one here, Helene, was worse than Superstorm Sandy. This one was worse, but there's no mecca of media down there in like eastern Tennessee, so they're not really talking about it. There's one other thing you got to remember. Oh yeah, when Superstorm Sandy came through New Jersey. By the way, I don't mean to make jokes of it because I know the shore flooded out bad during that one. But if I go and piss in the ocean out there in Jersey, the shore floods. So it kind of happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Any little nor'easter, big storm, no, not like, any reasonable sized storm, it's flooding. So that's just what happens. Water's wet, sky's blue, and if it rains really hard in New Jersey, the shore floods. Nothing new. But it hit the mecca of the, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot my point. So Superstorm Sandy came through, my mom and dad didn't even have their power flicker. It just wasn't that big of a deal, but it hit the right area. That's the difference. You remember East Palestine, Ohio, with that big train wreck? They decided to make sure that they could run the train. You remember they said, let's just set that whole thing on fire. Cleans up faster. Boom! It literally looks like a nuclear bomb with the mushroom cloud and everything. The government didn't give a rip. Those weren't Biden voters. And I got news for you. Panhandle of Florida, Tennessee, Western North Carolina, with the exception of Asheville, those aren't Biden voters either. The government could give a rip. Now, I'll go back to, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. The big one that went through New Orleans. What was that? Started with a K.
Katrina.
Katrina, that's it. Remember Katrina? Remember that? George Bush was president when that happened. And they made a big thing about New Orleans. The thing was, New Orleans didn't get a lot of storm damage, but they got some rain. And then the levees broke, and then the floods. And everybody was worried about New Orleans. Meanwhile, Mississippi, nobody gave a rip about Mississippi. They got the bulk of the damage. They just didn't get the flooding that New Orleans got, because New Orleans would flood if the levees broke even without a storm. But no one cared about that. Everyone was New Orleans, New Orleans, New Orleans. Mississippi had it way worse, and no one gave a rip about them.
You know, when Monkey Gouger earlier mentioned, he mentioned, I don't recall, this many people dying in a hurricane in this modern day and age. I had forgotten about Katrina. Pappy sent me a quick email. Yeah, the death toll from Katrina was 1,836. Yes, that was in my lifetime. Yeah, forgot about Katrina. We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. The country's health ministry says over 50 people were killed in airstrikes on Sunday. Israel says it's also attacked military targets of the Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen. Chris Watts works with the charity Future Academy in refugee camps in Lebanon.
The drone sounds now are just something we live with. It's like for sonic booms as well. They're becoming normal. For the children in our camp, it's something that they just get used to. And I don't think anybody should have to grow up with that sort of daily warfare.
A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are expected to return to Earth early next year. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. The incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is reportedly set to hold a general poll on October the 27th. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
On Friday, Shigeru Ishiba was elected as head of the country by his party, but not the public. He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, Prime Minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve Parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Outgoing Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who did not seek a second term as the party leader, also held a snap election when he became Prime Minister in October 2021. Since Friday's vote, Ishiba has been choosing his first cabinet, with most top posts going to veterans with connections across the party and those who are closest to the new Prime Minister. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
At least 89 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the US, as Jagruti Dave reports.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power, and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Austria's right-wing FPO party is celebrating an election victory. Projected results suggest it has beaten the Conservative People's Party, but is well short of securing a parliamentary majority. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the toll on the Biden administration that is being taken by Benjamin Netanyahu's determination to ignore the entreaties he receives from Washington over the spiralling conflict in the Middle East. Israel's elimination over the weekend of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah flew in the face of Biden's efforts to secure a 21-day ceasefire. Jasmine El-Gamal is a Middle East analyst and a former Pentagon advisor during the Obama administration. She says Biden has only himself to blame.
He's not actually trying seriously to effect any change. I mean, he's been complaining about Benjamin Netanyahu for almost a year now, and all of these leaked stories about how frustrated he is with Netanyahu, how he has angry phone calls with Netanyahu. But in the meantime, the U.S. continues to send arms and funds, continues to support the war militarily. Their envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been dealing on the Lebanon-Israel issue, has been completely sidelined, ineffective. The Israelis don't really tell him anything before they do what they do, and likewise with Secretary of State Blinken. So the Americans really come out of this looking extremely impotent diplomatically on one end, and then also at the same time continuing to fuel the very conflict that they say they're trying to end.
And of course, there are questions about how all this will impact the presidential election campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. And at least 89 people have been killed in the US in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Close out the weekend, final day of September. Yeah, believe it or not, October 1 coming our way, Tuesday. Wow. The days flying by. All right, let me get back to cue ball. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, Steve, thanks for holding. No troubles. Steve, the other thing, too, I wanted to bring up, I've been saying this for a while, and it just feels like people just don't really put two and two together, even 3 or 4 different things together to come up with one conclusion. You know, I bring up, it was a while, I remember bringing it up on your show. When I had my classic XL Freightliner, my parents still lived in Jersey, and there was a big storm coming through New Jersey. It was a snowstorm. And it was going to be like one of those snowpocalypse types, feet of snow, all of that kind of stuff, what they said. So there were going to be travel bans and this, that, and the other. So I said, you know what? I'll just park the truck and I'll go to my mom's house. So, of course, I can't park the truck at mom's house. I left it at the Vince Lombardi Service Plaza. Dad came pick me up, and I went to his place. They were getting up in years. I figure I'll help them dig out, this, that, and the other, whatever. Well, during the travel bans and this, that, and the other storm, it barely, got a dusting at Mom and Dad's house. And when I got to my truck to get ready to go, after they lifted the travel bans, there was, literally 3/4 of an inch of snow on the trailer. And I remember I took pictures of it, and it was a couple of days later, I called into your show and talked about it, and I sent you an article that the National Weather Service admitted that they knew the previous predictions were way off, but they didn't want to say anything until after the fact because of all the so-called preparations that were made.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and of course, this is before COVID, is my point. So they shut the whole damn state down, travel bans, run for your lives, we're all going to die, cats, dogs, getting together, all of that. And it was for nothing. And they admitted it, and I remember talking about that. Where did they get the idea they could ever pull a nationwide lockdown, shut everything down because of an emergency that didn't actually exist? Where did they get from? With the travel bans, with the trucking industry, for how long? I remember even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we never saw anything like this. And now it's a regular thing that they do these travel bans because of standard weather. It's winter. It might snow. It's summer. It might get hot. Really? But they've been getting away with this for years. So now people are just not paying attention because when they say it's going to be bad, nobody pays it any mind because nobody believes them anymore. And anybody that's lived long enough knows the likelihood of it actually being bad is minimal. But here's the thing, and I guess it kind of comes across as cold, like cold-hearted or mean, but this is the fact. I had an aunt that lived for a while in the Atlantic Highlands in New Jersey. And like I said, if you pee in the ocean, Atlantic Highlands floods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Why would you live there? I don't care what part of the coast you live on. If you live right on the water, real close to the water, I don't care what kind of storm comes your way. It's gonna mess your crap up. And there's just no getting around that. But where do these storms really hit hard where people are not expecting it and they're not believing it when they're told to expect it? And that's inland. I'm trying to remember which one it was, whether it was a Hurricane Irene or Sandy. that came up and went up to upstate New York and really dumped a lot of flooding water up there. It was not a wind event for up there, no different than this where it really hit hard. Again, I'm not talking about the shore. It always gets hit hard when a storm hits the shore. But eastern Tennessee, that wasn't a wind problem. That was a water problem. It rained hard in a lot of it. That's where it gets you, because that's where it's not used to that kind of weather. You see what I'm saying? It's like the news media. I keep hearing, like, I was watching over, I can't remember when it was. I guess before it was hit. Even on Fox News. If I heard the weather people on Fox News talk about, oh, it's unsurvivable. Okay. Do you remember years ago? Who was it? Shepard Smith was like, if you live here, you're going to die. And your kids die too. Remember that quote he said?
Yes.
It's just so unbelievable. Nobody. Now, this is what I talk about, the weaponization of weather. Maybe it was Big Ed or somebody prior to him was saying, where's FEMA? Where's FEMA in all this? Oh, they ran right to the news media screaming climate change. Climate change, it's why we've got these strong storms. Wait, We've never heard of a Category 4? We've never heard of a Category 4 hurricane before in the history of ever? And never in the history of ever have there ever been a stronger than a Cat 4. Oh, wait, that'd be a Cat 5. Those happen from time to time, too. So where's FEMA? Trust me, you don't want FEMA. Because remember Katrina? Haul the ice here. Oh, no. Haul the ice, the same ice over there. No. Haul it here. Haul it there. Warehouse it in your trucks. We're going to pay you to hold it in your trailer. Haul it here, haul it there. Haul it everywhere. And then I forget which ball field it was, but they just like dumped it on a parking lot and melted it all because it expired. It was too old. You really want FEMA involved?
Yeah.
Really? I think your local National Guard, whichever local charities, churches, I mean, I think your neighbor would probably help you more than FEMA ever would. It's just, I get it. It sucks. It's terrible. But if we finally knock it off with the weaponization of the weather for political purpose and start actually getting into the business of predicting the weather and being honest with the people, it might get better. But if you come to tell me, if you're going to tell me I mean, Steve, I've been listening to your show for well over 20 years. And I pick on, even on my channel, they stopped using bomb cyclone. I was ready to make a T-shirt to sell with bomb cyclone. We're all going to die. Because that was the thing on my on my channel for a while, because we were picking on it. But they just make this stuff up. I get it. What was it? Bombo Nimbus or some crap like that? It was
Bombogenesis.
Bomb cyclone from that?
Bombogenesis.
Right. Where do you get bomb cyclone from that? It's neither a bomb nor a cyclone. Knock it off. You're just making it up. Then it's atmospheric river. I'm waiting for a country song. Oh, the atmospheric river in the mountain, man. I mean, I'm just waiting for this. We just make this crap up. Before that was the polar vortex. Wait, what? They're just making this crap up. Like I said, to stop it with the hysterics already.
It gets cold in the winter. It gets hot in the summer. You have hurricanes during hurricane season. And yes, the months of August and September are the peak of hurricane season. Yes, he's correct. Meanwhile, the death toll, they do say, continues to rise in some cases where people were told to evacuate, kind of hearkening back to Katrina. You're in a mandatory evacuation zone. If you stay behind, emergency responders will not respond to your 911 call. You're on your own. Plenty of advance notice. Yeah, in which case, a lot of people ignored those warnings, many of which didn't survive. Now, some of the hardest hit areas. Right now, they say traveling on roadways in western North Carolina, They're asking people still stay off the roads, keep the roads clear for emergency vehicles. More than 50 search teams have fanned out across the region searching for stranded people. Many people are cut off because the roads are impassable. Supplies are actually being airlifted to the region around Asheville, a little city tucked in the western North Carolina mountains. The rescue efforts included saving 41 people in one mission north of Asheville and an infant. The teams are finding people through both 911 calls and messages on social media, according to the North Carolina Adjutant General Todd Hunt. This storm has literally upended life in the southeast. Authorities rushing to airlift supplies and restore communication and roads in flooded Asheville. On Sunday, as residents along the storm-battered Florida coast gathered for church services. Now, we know, I think the death toll is now in excess of 90. Still several million without power. Stories like this in Texas. Jessica Turner was begging for someone to rescue her family members. They were stranded on their rooftop in Asheville, surrounded by rising floodwaters. She posted on her Facebook that they're watching 18-wheelers and cars floating by. A follow-up message became widely circulated on Saturday, stating that help did not arrive in time, that her parents, both in their 70s, and her 6-year-old nephew had perished. The roof had collapsed, and all three of them had drowned. She said, I cannot convey in words the sorrow, the heartbreak, the devastation my sisters and I are going through, nor can I imagine the pain before us. North Carolina, western North Carolina, was literally isolated, landslides, flooding, the closure of I-40. Hundreds of water rescues had taken place. Of course, then the storm hovering over the Tennessee Valley on into Sunday, bringing in the worst flooding in 100 years in North Carolina. Spruce Pine, a community, was doused with over 2 feet of rain from Tuesday through Saturday. All right. Law enforcement said they're making plans to send officers to places that still had water, food, or gas because of reports of arguments and threats of violence, according to the sheriff. If you'll bear with us and be patient one more day, I hate to say that, but I know how desperate water is in our community. We're pushing as hard as we can to get them up the mountain. Of course, many folks in the Big Bend area lost everything they own. All right, standing water, tree debris, you name it. 11.12 inches of rain in the Atlanta area in 48 hours' time. That's a 2-day record since records going back to 1878. In Augusta, there in eastern Georgia, near the border with South Carolina, officials notified residents Sunday morning that water service would be shut off for 24 to 48 hours in the city surrounding Richmond County. News release said trash and debris from the storm had blocked our ability to pump water. So they are distributing bottled water at the municipal building, stating that each household can receive 1 case of water. So this is going to be ongoing for days to come. Brain Dead coming up next. We'll get to, hey, Mike, what day is it, right? Oh, wait a minute. It's It's Monday, the greatest day of the week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let's jump right back into it. What do you say, Brain Dead? Did you have a bit of a soggy weekend?
It's still here, just spitting. Well, it was earlier when I took the hounds out. It was spitting here or there. You know, it wasn't nothing really bad. I like Q-Ball was saying, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, even Katrina. I mean, it's just the only thing I got to say is, wow. You know, the power of Mother Nature. But I see you had your little procedure there, buddy.
Yes, I did.
Man, I didn't even know you was going to have any of this till Eskimo Mom and myself got talking Thursday morning, if I remember right. So glad you're okay, buddy. But I got to go do that nasty 4-letter word here for too much longer. But you remember we were talking about the charters and the NASCAR charters before last week.
Mm-hmm.
Remember all that?
Sure.
I did a little more digging and research on that, and it's quite scary what's going to happen. But I'm going to save that for tomorrow because I got to get out of here in here just a little bit. But big news! Did you hear the NASCAR's about to lose 3 sponsors? Did you hear about this?
I didn't get a whole lot of news over the weekend, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's right. I kind of figured you being all, Anyway, FedEx announced Friday that they're going to be pulling back on their sponsorship for next year from Joe Gibbs Racing. And, you know, it kind of doesn't shock me in a way because look at what happened earlier in the year with, FedEx Field up there in D.C. They took their sponsorship away. So I don't, and kind of off topic, I don't know what's going on with FedEx. It's kind of scary since Fred Smith has left. But Fred Smith and Joe Gibbs have had a good relationship for well over 20 years. Now, the rumor they have is they're going to pull their sponsorship altogether. Now, the next one is Geico is not going to be returning as their corporate sponsor. And that's going to really hurt their income for their charters because they were a mid-7-figure sponsor. And I'll get to all that charter stuff later on. But also, too, Xfinity is rumored to be pulling out next year. I bet that's kind of a shocker to you, isn't it?
So we're going to have a new name for the series?
Pretty much. I mean, and it doesn't surprise me because
with the current economy and what's going on, because you notice there's not many people that are hiring right now. It's all layoffs and closures. I see more and more of these sponsors leaving because this is a big blow to their advertising budget that's going to have to that they're going to have to make up for. But Michael Andretti, you know that name. He is no longer owner of Andretti Global Motorsports because he's transitioned to a more strategic role, and they brought in a guy by the name of Dan Powers as an investor to fully take over the team. Let's see. Spire Motorsports is wanting to be a mini Hendrick with tier 1 support from Chevrolet, and I could see that because they ought to be like a AAA sort of affiliate for Hendrick to bring Hendrick up through like the like how you do in the minor leagues in baseball. So Chevrolet is trying to get a new body. Now, you know the Camaro's no longer in production, right?
Mm-hmm. They don't look like a Camaro anyway. None of them look like the car they're supposed to be.
True. But what they're going to do is they're going to keep the body but come as ZL1. And they've got to do a new body because there is no Camaro. And realistically, there is no other car that Chevrolet makes. So more than likely, they're going to have to do a brand swap because the body is good, really good. However, they need to try to stay competitive because Ford and Toyota did a body improvement last year. So, with that being said, buddy, I'm going to save that charter stuff for tomorrow. Right. I'm going to call in tomorrow with that charter stuff.
Roll on
I got to
up,
go do that.
Deliver those groceries. You got to do that thing called work. Go to work. About a minute before news break coming up here. Wreaths Across America is putting the call out to truckers to help with their mission. Holiday season is just around the corner. Last week, the national nonprofit announced the start of this year's wreath season. Said they already have more than 20 new loads that are going to need carrier support to deliver coming up in December. During National Wreaths Across America Day, we are seeking carriers and professional drivers to join the mission to remember, honor, and teach. As the program continues to grow with 4,500 participating locations nationwide this year, several opportunities exist to find the perfect lane and make a meaningful impact, as they say. Annually, they partner up with over 300 transportation companies and independent drivers to deliver and place those wreaths on the headstones of service members laid to rest at more than 4,200 cemeteries all over the country. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Israeli strikes have targeted Beirut as hostilities in the Middle East escalate quite significantly. A Palestinian militant group says 3 of its leaders were killed as the strikes targeted an apartment building in Lebanon's capital city. Trent Murray has more.
We've seen the Israeli Defense Force really continuing with those airstrikes across much of Lebanon. They say they're targeting Hezbollah parts of the country, strongholds, including Beirut. We know that well over 1 million people now have been displaced in Lebanon, evacuating away, particularly from the south of the country. But we know that services there are very, very stretched. We're hearing reports in the Lebanese capital itself that people are sleeping on beaches and even in the parks because they just don't have anywhere to go. But that hasn't seemed to have slowed down the Israelis. We've seen overnight them launch another airstrike, this time in a neighbourhood called Kola in Beirut. Now, what makes this significant is that this is outside of the southern suburbs, which is normally the Hezbollah stronghold. This is much more further into the downtown area, probably the deepest strike we've seen there. since the 2006 war. So many are now saying, does that represent, well, an even further expansion of where these airstrikes will hit in the Lebanese capital?
At least 90 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helen, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the United States. Jagrati Dave has more.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. According to media reports, the incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is set to hold a general poll on October 27th. Shigeru Ishiba is replacing Fumio Kishida as the country's Prime Minister after winning the party's leadership race.
He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, Prime Minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve Parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All righty, well, what day is it? What day is it? Hey, I think it's the greatest day of the week.
I was going to say, Captain Ron was right in there at the beginning of the show, took care of that, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm barely able to keep up with one day of the week. I don't need any more. So, and anyways there, so, yeah, welcome back, Your Honor. Glad to see everything went well and you're doing good. I'm sure as you're saying for that dehydration factor, I'm sure you were looking for a cigarette in a 40-ouncer, weren't you?
Yeah, at least.
I don't know. Maybe something in a brown paper bag, just possibly. But yeah. But anyways, I'm surprised you didn't get Beth to sneak you something in there. You could have said you had to use the restroom real quick there and sneak you in a couple things there. I don't know if they got smoke detectors in the bathrooms of those places. Maybe you want to check on that. But anyways, where to go? You guys have done a pretty good job handling pretty much everything that's happened around the country here, and wish all the best to everybody out there that's having all the troubles of what's going on. That's just another disaster we got going on. So hopefully the ones that are still with us there can rebuild and everything, and pick up the pieces. And it's one of them hard things to do, and it looks terrible right now, but hopefully everything will be able to work out. And so anyways, so you said President Biden isn't going to step in to do anything here with the longshoremen's possible strike coming up.
That's what he says.
Because he doesn't want to interfere with... Now, wait a minute. What happened with the railroads there a little while ago?
It wasn't an election year. Huh? If it was it earlier this year or was that last year? It was far enough out where...
It was Yeah. Oh. No, railroad people have to keep working and take the deal we give you, But I don't know. And I hate to say it, but the limited times I've been in the ports here in the last few years, they don't have the hardest job in the world, Your Honor. I admit they do a lot of work, but anyways, I don't think they have quite the hardest job, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they make a pretty good salary, but I know everybody lives to what their salary is, and a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck no matter what their salary is. So I don't know, maybe they need more. I don't, so never been part of a union. I can't really say. So, but I did hear the longshoremen here in Baltimore are in the process of being involved with a lawsuit against the company that owned the Dolly. So I guess they had a problem with not working and not getting paid or whatever. Maybe they did get, I don't know how they got paid or what they got, but apparently it wasn't enough. So they're involved in another lawsuit with the company that owns the Dolly, I believe. So we'll see where that goes and how that ends up. I know the state of Maryland and the city of Baltimore are involved in a lawsuit to try to make them pay more of their fair share for the bridge. Mm-hmm. So anyways, we'll see how all that comes out in the wash. But anyways, I guess what in entertainment news there, we lost the rubber duck. Did you catch that news? We lost the rubber duck there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, not our rubber duck.
Yeah, Chris Christopherson.
Christopherson. Yep, the rubber duck from the movie Convoy. So kind of sad. 88 years old there. I heard them reported. So anyways, he's. I guess what there's one highwayman left there now. We got just Willie left at this point.
Who is 90 something, isn't he?
90 something. He's like 92 or 93, somewhere in there. And speaking of age, there, we were talking earlier, and you said to President Carter there, he's going to hit the century mark here another day or two.
Yes, sir. 100.
I guess what that'll really put a cap on the oldest living president if he makes it to the 100-year mark. So anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot left here. We got just situation normal for AccuWeather. We just got our normal sprinkle and rain and wet and wipers on here and there, and other than that, I guess one last thing there. If you want to touch on a little bit, and I did send you an article if you have the interest of reading it.
Yes.
I don't know how much we want to put on.
I did print that up, yes.
The 2024 fundraising for the positions for 2025, yours truly, Horse Feathers, is actually moved up again for another year. So we went from number 8 this year to we'll be at the number 5 position for the 2025 Mother's Day Truck Convoy. So is after 35 years not going to be on Mother's Day. It's actually going to be the Saturday before Mother's Day. So I'm not sure of the date in 2025 yet. I haven't flipped my calendar over yet. So, but anyways, everybody can make plans there the Saturday before Mother's Day, and we'll be doing Convoy again. And again, I want to thank everybody that donated towards my way. You're all as much as important as, you know, me being there at the convoy to have me where I'm at. So it's greatly appreciated, and with the cruise and everything going on here in a couple of weeks, I hate to say it, but you're all going to have to wait for your thank yous a little longer. We'll have to wait and do that after the cruise, because my procrastination level is just off the charts right now. So you're on the list to get a thank you. You'll get one, but yeah. It might be more of a Merry Christmas thank you than I don't know. We'll see what we can do with it. But other than that, thanks again to everybody. Greatly appreciate all the help and support. And I guess, I don't know. I guess with that, we'll let you do your due diligence.
All right. There you go.
Still here to do it for us.
Enjoy your greatest day of the week there, Horse Feathers. Yeah, what he was talking about is, I guess the email had come out from the Make-A-Wish Foundation there, the Mother's Day Truck Convoy. The 36th annual is moving to the day before Mother's Day. It will now take place on Saturday. That would be May the 10th of 2025. It's the same event you've come to know and love, simply on a new date. The change allows the community to raise funds to grant wishes and also spend or enjoy Sunday with their families, Mother's Day itself. Family Fest will kick off at 9 a.m. with the convoy departing at 1:30. So the same timing as in years past. So a familiar experience for all participants. They've updated their frequently asked questions page. Driver registration opens up on October 14 here in a few weeks. At which point the site will transition to the regular format. Also thrilled to announce, thanks to your incredible efforts, we raised an impressive $442,635 in 2024. The funds each driver raises, vital to granting life-changing wishes to children. A wish is far more than just a fleeting gift. It's not the trip, it's not the party or the puppy that matters. It's the profound, life-changing impact and the cherished memories that endure. Now, each wish granted locally has marked a pivotal moment in a child's medical journey, often improving their health and quality of life while bringing hope and joy. So a Saturday convoy rather than Mother's Day Sunday direct, which I guess that makes sense. Good morning, Knuckle Buster. Did we survive the storm?
Oh, absolutely. There, I want to give a big shout out to Governor Ron DeSantis. There, I mean, he done a good job. I'm almost down here to Miami. There, I don't know what Philip's problem was not going to work. Maybe he worked all weekend. I don't know. Ain't nothing wrong with taking a day off anyway. There. But I ain't even seen any tree. Well, not on the road. I've seen some down on the side there, and there's some spots that didn't have electricity. But other than that, it's been a good ride all the way down, right? What's the Boy Scout motto, see?
Uh-oh. I was never a Boy Scout. I don't know.
Be prepared.
Okay.
Be prepared. Yep. You got a bug-out bag in your car, a couple of pair of pants, T-shirt, stuff like that, and just stays in your car there. If you need it in a hurry, you can leave and have clothes to change in. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with having a boat, an ATV, four-wheel drive pickup, all that good stuff there. I got bottled water. Well, we live in a two-story house. I got bottled water upstairs there, enough to last her a couple of weeks, in case I'm not home there. Plus, I got some for my daughter, too. So, they used to call them sea rations when I was in. I think they call them MRIs now. That's the same thing. Just keep a bunch of that upstairs, too. So, that guy from New Jersey there that called in, he kind of reminded me of Stinger getting all excited like he'd been drinking too many Skull Busters tonight or something. Here's the reason why they don't care about Mississippi. It's kind of like what Hank Williams Jr. said. A country boy can survive, Steve. Well, did you read that Chris Christopherson passed away yesterday?
Yes, I saw that.
Yep. Why me, Lord, there? Do you believe in UFOs?
I don't know. I think there might be something out there.
Well, the first... Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. I've never run into one of them myself, but the first reported one here in the U.S. was way back in 1630 by a Puritan leader, John Winthrop. Maybe he'd been drinking too many Skull Busters too there. So this Irish farmer found a 60-pound slab of ancient bog butter. I wouldn't eat none. I wouldn't put none on my bread anyway, but it was pretty old there. So this Harvard medical student ate 720 eggs in a month, see?
So how's his cholesterol
And then he
level?
actually lowered... Right, yeah. Imagine that. Well, I've been eating eggs and bacon and sausage and all that stuff for a long time. And this woman got caught down there at the border by Customs and Border Protection. She was smuggling in 700 pounds of bologna, Steve. Mexican bologna is not legal in the United States. And over RFK Jr. there, he's come up with a phrase that Kamala uses all the time. It says, when you're late for work and they ask you all kinds of questions like that, says, well, I was born in a middle-class family. Just use her response there, right? I've got a question for you, Steve. Is butt cheek one word, or do I need to spread them apart?
Okay. Oh, boy.
I was on my bull only for this go around. We'll talk at you later, Mr. Steve. Glad you're doing well.
All right, yeah, still got a little recuperating to do, but we'll take it one day at a time, right? One day at a time, as they say. Hey, it's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, about 9 before the hour. And lines available. That's the number to dial us up. 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Dingbat.
What's going on? What's going on?
Riding out the storm?
Yeah, like Brain Dead said, it's just doing little spicks here and there. But I want to give a if anybody has an Apple phone that's iPhone 14 or later, I did hear that there's going to be a satellite feature that you can call 911 from the satellite and text only iPhone users. So if you have family that may have a couple minutes juice on their battery or whatever, they can do that.
Really?
So it's pretty cool. I heard about that.
Very interesting.
It is. So I was like, I saw it on TikTok, so you know how TikTok is.
Right.
So I did some research. But we're just taking one day at a time. Oh, did Brain Dead tell you what he got for me this weekend?
He did not mention, no.
I got me a new vehicle.
Oh, yeah?
It's used, but it was kind of interesting. It's still new to me.
Not right, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's push start, Bluetooth on the radio, and I'm not used to doing it. I'm used to talking on a headset.
Yeah. So some of the
now,
more...
I can sure say that hands-free.
Some of the more modern features, absolutely.
Right. But you better tell that Big Ed that I heard Tennessee won this weekend. Oh, that's right. It's their bi-weekly. But other than that, I can't wait till October 12th because that's when me and the Florida Gators play Tennessee, I believe.
The big rivalry weekend, huh?
So everybody remember, I don't have to bond money near this Brain Dead, so y'all might want to help us out on that one.
Uh-huh. Well,
other than that, I just want to check in and give everybody say hello.
Hey, thank you so much for checking in, Dingbat. You have a great week. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Jimmy Carter. Horse feathers mentioned. Already the longest lived of the 45 men to serve as U.S. president. He's about to hit the century mark. Of course, he's obviously still under hospice care. Turns 100 on Tuesday. He's celebrating in the same South Georgia town where he was born in 1924. Yes, some notable markers for Carter, the nation, and the world over his long life. Carter has seen the U.S. population nearly triple in his lifetime. Yeah, there's about 330 million residents. There were about 114 million in 1924, 220 million when he was inaugurated in 1977. The global population has more than quadrupled from 1.9 billion to more than 8.1 billion people. It already had more than doubled to 4.36 billion by the time he became president. That boom has not reached Plains, where Carter has lived more than 80 of his 100 years, with his wife Rosalind, who passed away last year at 96. Their town comprised fewer than 500 people in the 1920s, has about 700 today. Much of the local economy revolves around its most famous residents. When James Earl Carter Jr. was born, life expectancy for American males was 58. It is now 75. NBC News first debuted a red and blue electoral map in the 1976 election between then-President Gerald Ford and Carter, the Democrat challenger. NBC's John Chancellor made Carter's states red and Ford's blue. Some other early versions of the color electoral maps actually used yellow and blue because red was associated with the Soviet and Chinese communism. It was not until the 1990s that networks pretty much settled across the board on blue for Democrat won states and red for Republican won states. Red state and blue state did not become a permanent part of the American political lexicon until after the disputed 2000 election between Al Gore and George W. Carter was 14 when Franklin D. Roosevelt made the first presidential television appearance. Warren Harding became the first radio president 2 years before Carter's birth. Just a few, and we've got more to come. But first, we take care of the top of the hour news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. The country's health ministry says over 50 people were killed in airstrikes on Sunday. Israel says it's also attacked military targets of the Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen. Chris Watts works with the charity Future Academy in refugee camps in Lebanon.
The drone sounds now are just something we live with. It's like for sonic booms as well. They're becoming normal. For the children in our camp, it's something that they just get used to. And I don't think anybody should have to grow up with that sort of daily warfare.
A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are expected to return to Earth early next year. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. The incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is reportedly set to hold a general poll on October the 27th. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
On Friday, Shigeru Ishiba was elected as head of the country by his party, but not the public. He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, prime minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Outgoing Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who did not seek a second term as the party leader, also held a snap election when he became Prime Minister in October 2021. Since Friday's vote, Ishiba's been choosing his first cabinet, with most top posts going to veterans with connections across the party and those who are closest to the new Prime Minister. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
At least 89 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the US, as Jagruti Dave reports.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power, and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Austria's right-wing FPO party is celebrating an election victory. Projected results suggest it has beaten the Conservative People's Party, but is well short of securing a parliamentary majority. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the toll on the Biden administration that is being taken by Benjamin Netanyahu's determination to ignore the entreaties he receives from Washington over the spiralling conflict in the Middle East. Israel's elimination over the weekend of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah flew in the face of Biden's efforts to secure a 21-day ceasefire. Jasmine El-Gamal is a Middle East analyst and a former Pentagon advisor during the Obama administration. She says Biden has only himself to blame.
He's not actually trying seriously to effect any change. I mean, he's been complaining about Benjamin Netanyahu for almost a year now. And all of these leaked stories about how frustrated he is with Netanyahu, how he has angry phone calls with Netanyahu. But in the meantime, the U.S. continues to send arms and funds, continues to support the war militarily. Their envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been dealing on the Lebanon-Israel issue, has been completely sidelined, ineffective. The Israelis don't really tell him anything before they do what they do, and likewise with Secretary of State Blinken. So the Americans really come out of this looking extremely impotent diplomatically on one end, and then also at the same time continuing to fuel the very conflict that they say they're trying to end.
And of course, there are questions about how all this will impact the presidential election campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November, and at least 89 people have been killed in the US in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into the greatest day of the week. Well, we'll be closing out the month of September here. We were talking, Jimmy Carter turns 100 on Tuesday, and how this country and the world has changed since he was born. I was looking at some of the other, some of this is pretty interesting. There was no Amazon Prime in 1924, of course. But you could order a build-it-yourself house from a catalog. Sears and Roebuck's Gladstone's 3-bedroom model went for $2,025, which was slightly less than the average worker's annual income. Walmart did not exist, but local general stores served the same purpose. Ballpark prices. Loaf of bread, 9 cents. Gallon of milk, 54 cents. Gallon of gas, 11 cents. It was inflation that helped drive Carter from office. As it dodged the same, it has dodged President Joe Biden. The average gallon in 1980, Carter's last full year in office, was about $3.25 when adjusted for inflation. Yeah, that's just 3 cents more than AAA's current national average. The 19th Amendment that extended voting rights to women, almost exclusively white women at the time, was ratified in 1920, 4 years before he was born. Yeah, the Voting Rights Act that widened the franchise to black Americans passed in 1965 as Carter was preparing his first bid for Georgia governor. Yeah, now Carter is poised, they say, to cast a mail-in ballot for Kamala Harris. Yeah, for all the shift in politics, some things stay the same, or at least come back around. Carter was born in an era of isolationism, protectionism, and Christian nationalism, all elements of, they say, the right in the ongoing Donald Trump era. In 2024, this year, Trump is promising the largest deportation effort in U.S. history, while tightening legal immigration. 5 months before Carter was born, President Calvin Coolidge signed the Immigration Act of 1924. The law created the U.S. Border Patrol, sharply curtailed immigration, limiting admission mostly to migrants from Western Europe. Asians were banned entirely. Congress described its purpose very plainly: preserved the ideal. Trump was also called for sweeping tariffs on foreign imports, part of the America First agenda. In 1922, Congress enacted tariffs intended to help U.S. manufacturers. After stock market losses in 1929, lawmakers added the 1930 Smoot-Hawley tariffs, ostensibly to help American farmers. The Great Depression followed anyway. In the 1930s, as Carter became politically aware, the political right that countered FDR was driven in part by a movement that opposed international engagement. Those conservatives' slogan, America First. Carter is the Atlanta Braves' most famous fan. Jason Carter says the former president still enjoys watching his favorite baseball team. All right, the mile marker coming up tomorrow. Vic will join us coming up here. I wanted to talk about the floodplain modification. First, it's hello, Pappy. What's happening?
Welcome back, Steve. Glad you're feeling better and everything went okay. Yes, sir. Not a fun thing to go through, I guess we shall say, right?
It wasn't all that. The worst part was getting the IV in. I mean, the actual procedure itself wasn't that bad.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I don't know how they miss an IV. I mean, I'll tell you, when I was in, man, I was like a pincushion, man. They had at least one IV in each arm. I only had one until when I came out of surgery. I had two, and I don't know. And then they were giving me such strong antibiotics. I guess it would blow that vein out. They could only do it for a couple of days, and that one vein, they would have to poke me in another place. But yeah, blowing them veins out, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh boy. Man, yeah. See, talk about some devastating rain and wind. Wow. Man. What a crunch.
So I see. I was laying I'm laying in the hospital literally all day Friday. Well, I'm the big weather buff. I would have been out there watching the weather all day. Did it get pretty windy up in this area?
Oh yeah. I woke up a tad bit early. Had to run up to the bank, up to Kroger's there and get a few things, and that's about when it started, I guess. Little afternoon. And, man, the wind was kicking. It was raining. It wasn't like it was pouring down rain out here towards Harrison. It was like a light rain, but because that wind was kicking so bad, man, I thought for sure the power was going to go out. I was all set and ready for it. But it stayed on here at the house, which is very unusual.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, I guess on the outskirts and part of Harrison, the city of, and some of the outskirts, Harrison Township, Crosby Township, apparently they were out for 24 hours. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from here.
Wow.
I'm assuming it's on by now. But I'll tell you who else took a hit, Steve, was Hezbollah. Oh, man. See what Israel just did to Hezbollah. They put a hurting on them, man.
So they took out the top dog or something, right? Nasrallah or whatever his name was.
Yes, sir. So apparently, a decade ago, they opened this plant or bought this plant in Hungary. It was company that would build pagers and cell phones, and 10 years ago, Steve. And it was a front. They didn't want anybody to know it was Israel that actually owned this company. And I guess through their intel and this, that, and the other, they were able to get buyers for their product. And their buyer of their products were a lot of terrorists, Hezbollah, so to speak. So I guess they, prior to that pager attack, they set off a couple cell phones. And I guess the plan was, hey, since we can't be using these cell phones, or they're using them to track us and everything else, we can get these pagers. We can use them. I guess a representative from this company said, here's these pagers y'all can use. You can't track them or anything else. And they were like, hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So they distribute them, right, to their higher-up leaders. These weren't your everyday Hezbollah fighters, okay? These were your high-end, upper-end generals, so to speak. So in one instance, they put a hurting on 3,000 of their high-end generals. Then they were like, oh, my God, they took a hit there. Let's try these walkie-talkies. Well, a couple of them went off.
Boom.
So then they put the word out by mouth, word of mouth. Forget the name of they got a special operations group, like our special forces. I think it's called like Red One, something like that. So they put the word out, all right, we're going to have a secret meeting in Lebanon. They all met, all their high-end special forces type group, right? What did Israel do? They bombed that thing on meeting, man. Killed the leader of Hezbollah. Steve, Hezbollah is hurting right now, man. They have no communication. They're afraid to talk to each other. What's left of them. Israel's pretty much giving the White House a double-barrel middle finger and saying we are going to do what we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not holding back.
And I saw somewhere that Iran has actually placed the Ayatollah in a secure location. They're all this Israeli intelligence, hitting all these guys. Like, how did they know? How did they know? How did they know where we were? Yeah, they're afraid they're going to take out the Ayatollah.
Yeah, they think that all of the Iranians higher up communications devices have been
compromised.
Compromised. So, and Steve, you got to think of this too now. If say they wanted to wipe out 3,000 Hezbollah top generals, if they were going to conduct a bombing campaign, think of the collateral damage and the amount of civilians that would have been killed. So hats off to them that there was no real civilians, and there was a couple here and there, but no, they took out 3,000 with very, very few. I mean, just a handful of civilian casualties.
Yep.
So all this talk about Israel's not, and they are doing everything they can to minimize the civilian casualty. But when Hamas and these people, put their weapon stashes in houses and churches and schools and hospitals and stuff like that. This was probably, in the history of warfare, probably one of the slickest moves. So they're hurting. They're a hurting pup, man. Make no mistake about it. But Steve, I don't know what the answer is over there. Two-state solution. I don't. According to the Quran, that any non-Muslim that occupies Muslim territory needs to be killed. I guess the Quran, it's unlawful, I guess, and what they are saying is at one point Israel was occupied, was a Muslim territory. So their thought is it belongs to the Muslims, not Israel. And I just heard this the other day. I didn't know this, but you know how they refer to Israel as Little Satan, the United States as Big Satan. I guess in Israel, I forget where it's at in Israel, where most people go to the wall, I guess, and pray. I guess there's two shrines there. One of them's considered the Little Satan, one of them's considered the Big Satan. And the Quran says that a Muslim, at some point in their lifetime, they have to make the trip and stone Little Satan and Big Satan. Now it states in the Quran, meaning that, back in them days, right, they stoned people to death.
Mm-hmm.
So in the modern day is that they are to make this quest. I forget the religious term, I guess you use for making this journey to this spot, and they are to cast a stone at Big Satan and Little Satan. So the only solution for the Muslims is to have Israel removed out of that area. Israel cannot exist in that area. So all this talk that they need to have peace talks and this, that, the other, it's not going to work. A peace talk is just going to give them time to reorganize, restructure, and fight on to another day. And I think Netanyahu is out to destroy Hezbollah and Hamas. I think once for all, unless the international community puts so much heat on them, they end up maybe having to stop. Kind of like what I said, I don't know, a couple days after the October 7th attack. I mean, we were all kind of saying that Hamas needs to be destroyed. And Hezbollah is a direct arm of Iran. I mean, there's no mistaking that. It was just like if somebody, say 5 years from now, all this gets settled, and somebody plans on pulling another October 7th on Israel, they should have it very clear where everybody be thinking, stop, what, are you crazy? Are you nuts?
Yep.
So I don't know, but man, hearing and getting some of this information, I just thought, man, that was pretty cool. I just thought I'd share it. But hey, man, glad everything went well. Glad to have you back in the saddle again, and kind of chill out, rest here for a couple weeks, because you got a journey of your own to make here, along with all your nocturnal listeners.
Yes, we do.
Hope everything goes well. So hope there's no hurricanes cooking around that part of this planet when you leave Miami. You're still going out of Miami, correct?
Correct.
Right. All right, brother. Appreciate the call. Everybody, hammer down. Be safe. Stock up on food and water. Thanks a bunch, dude.
Have a great morning. Thank you very much there, Pappy. Yeah, I mean, we'll be watching the Caribbean. Matter of fact, there's a zone of low pressure, according to AccuWeather, that's going to form across the western Caribbean, accompanied by clusters of tropical downpours and thunderstorms over the next several days. That feature will shift into a zone with decent prospects for tropical development. Plenty warm ocean waters, and where pockets of limited wind shear are right now very low. Due to those factors, our team of expert meteorologists is highlighting a risk of tropical development. Wind shear will remain low initially. It will tend to increase over the Gulf of Mexico later this week. As the southwesterly breezes increase, they'll tend to cause moisture in a tropical feature that has formed or trying to form to be guided to the north or east later this week into the following weekend. The exact strength and direction of wind shear will tend to determine where downpours and gusty winds will be guided by any budding tropical features. Downpours will flourish in the vicinity around the western Caribbean and the southern Gulf of Mexico this week. Later, the downpours may be strewn across anywhere from Louisiana to Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, where at this point they really will not be needing any rainfall. Perhaps not another Helene, but there is a tropical threat with impacts brewing. There will be significant differences between this new tropical threat and what was Helene. Helene, of course, was a large tropical disturbance that moved into a highly conductive environment for rapid strengthening. A non-tropical storm also dove southward through the U.S., providing additional energy to Helene and helping to send it northward into the southern Appalachians and then westward toward the mid-Mississippi Valley. This week's disturbance will likely be slow to develop as it expands northward, encountering more land masses and more wind shear. And there will also not be any storm diving southward through the central U.S. to provide any extra energy. So the most likely scenario with this week's feature is it'll get drawn northward to a point over the Gulf, but then kind of shunted northeast late this week. Any tropical feature that grabs Gulf of Mexico or Caribbean moisture and brings it along has the potential to cause some excessive rainfall and flooding. Maybe the highest risk for significant or possibly excessive rain will be across Florida. But that's all subject to change. But keeping an eye on the tropics. All right, seeing as we're, close to news update, we'll get to an interesting commentary piece. First, of course, Vic got you coming up right out of the break. Always moving, wanted to check in this morning. Checking in on the Carolina monkey gouger with all the flooding in the Carolinas. Okay. Hey, we did hear from the gouger first out of the box this Monday morning. I got a lot of tree branches and whatnot, down. He's going to take a couple of weeks off. I need to get things all cleaned up, but they survived. And, of course, around the country on a Monday, it is 844-844-3388. Hope you had a good weekend. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. The country's health ministry says over 50 people were killed in airstrikes on Sunday. Israel says it's also attacked military targets of the Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen. Chris Watts works with the charity Future Academy in refugee camps in Lebanon.
The drone sounds now are just something we live with. It's like the sonic booms as well. They're becoming normal. For the children in our camp, it's something that they just get used to. And I don't think anybody should have to grow up with that sort of daily warfare.
A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are expected to return to Earth early next year. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. The incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is reportedly set to hold a general poll on October the 27th. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
On Friday, Shigeru Ishiba was elected as head of the country by his party, but not the public. He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, prime minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Outgoing Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who did not seek a second term as the party leader, also held a snap election when he became Prime Minister in October 2021. Since Friday's vote, Ishiba's been choosing his first cabinet, with most top posts going to veterans with connections across the party and those who are closest to the new Prime Minister. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
At least 89 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the US, as Jagruti Dave reports.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power, and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Austria's right-wing FPO party is celebrating an election victory. Projected results suggest it has beaten the Conservative People's Party, but is well short of securing a parliamentary majority. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-2500 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP, and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, all teed up for a brand new week, a brand new day, getting ready for a brand new month. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You're sounding good. I'm thankful your procedure went okay, and I hope your recovery does as well there. So,
thank you.
That being said, the other thing that I wanted to mention was you had a caller, I think the last night you were on the air, out of Springfield, Ohio. I think she went by Feisty.
Yes.
And she was talking about all the stuff that was going on. And she kind of, to me, in the words of Pappy, she was the one that got the big cookie, because all that stuff that I seen you about, that I sent you about the theory and all this, she showed how the theory and the policies were actually applied when they go to that temporary protected status stuff and all these nonprofits and everything else. And by and large, the powers that be were making money. And then the thing that really struck me was I've never heard of a police communication going radio silent. I mean, I used to listen to them at night there when I was a night clerk, and every time the rookies graduated, they would forget they'd had a list of license plates that weren't supposed to go out over the air, and sometimes one of the rookies would broadcast that, and you'd hear about 50 different police officers, close key, close key, close key. And so you knew that it was somebody that they didn't want to, because the news media always had their scanners going, and you knew that the news media knew who those license plates belonged to. So that's about the only time I ever known of the police scanners actually wanting to go radio silent. But with that being said, I'm just going to talk about this, how they have messed this floodplain up so much that after they had Hurricane Sandy, when the people in New Jersey went to build back, it was going to cost them a small fortune, because they were now in the floodplains where they hadn't been before. And that came about with all these different flood control dams and everything. And the local zoning boards, they started approving people to build in the floodplains. And, of course, that led to a lot of disasters. And it finally got so bad that one thing Maxine Waters did do, she extended the subsidized government flood insurance. I believe it's about ready to run out. But there are so many examples across the country, because the Corps of Engineers had to start out in California and come all the way across the country, rewriting all the different floodplain maps for different lending agencies to cover the floodplain insurance, and also to let people know in the various zoning boards if they were still going to let them build within the floodplain. And when you were talking about all this flooding that's going on, I don't think they really know where the flooding, will happen. Mm-hmm. And of course, over there, you're talking about over in the Carolinas and all that. I don't think the Carolinas are in the Tennessee Valley Authority, but I know that the Tennessee Valley Authority, it casts a pretty large thing, a pretty large area. And the Tennessee Valley Authority, it's both flood control and energy generation and water supply. But in the process, again, they changed a lot of the different river flows and the flooding characteristics. So whenever you talk, that's what I was mentioning. And whatever the bad part of it is, whenever they build all these houses or parking lots, whatever, when they built it on a floodplain, now you have an impermeable surface versus it might have been trees and grass or whatever before. And that's going to affect the whole flow. And I know here in Indianapolis, actually my house is only 2 inches above the floodplain. So if anything happens to ground cells, which it will, that would throw me in the floodplain. And the people farther north of us here, they did some working on White River, and they sped it up, and people on the north part turned down the floodplain when they weren't before, and people south of us, they sped up the river flow so much that now they get flooded because of the speed of the road. You know, it comes up quick and it goes down quick. And unless somebody's really into hydrology, I would probably bore them to death. But the gist of it is, when you were talking about all these floodplains and FEMA and all that, it just kind of brought back some memories. And, you know, used to, they had the old Connell Rad radio stations and civil defense, and I don't know if they still have that or not, but that used to be the big thing. Of course, way back when, the railroad and the telegraph, that used to be the main thing. Then they went to the different civil defenses after they had the wars. And then eventually it came up to 9/11 and Homeland Security, and that's when they threw the Emergency Management Agency in the Homeland Security. And I think that's one of the reasons they had such a problem down there in Katrina. And I know when I was with the USDA and we were building the earthen dams, and the Corps of Engineers were building the concrete dams, the Corps of Engineers always said that down there in New Orleans, one of the days the Mississippi River was going to cut straight through to the Gulf down there. So when those levees broke and it flooded whatever, I forget what it was, there's some district down there, and they thought Bush deliberately blew the levees or something to wipe out that ward. I don't know if you remember all that or not. But it's like, no, Mother Nature will eventually win. But by and large, the whole FEMA thing and the notification process, that was all just kind of eventually got developed to where it was pretty good. And that's like they were stationed there where you worked at. They were part of Clear Channel, and they all had the 50,000 watt stations. And during wartime, they even approved, when Crosby owned that, they approved a 500,000 watt transmitter, which I guess that thing could get all over the world or something. But they would notify of all the different emergencies and all that. But the big thing is, when you look over there into western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, there are a lot of, it's all mountainous territory, simply. And in the mountainous territory, you'll have a lot of underground rivers. And where in the plains, you'll have a lot of aquifers and everything. So exactly how much damage they might have over there for washing out roads and everything else. As society gets more advanced, we have more structures in the way of any flooding that does go on. And when you talk about hurricanes and climate change, it's kind of odd in a way, because I think most hurricanes start as a tropical wave off the west coast of Africa or something like that.
Right.
And by the time it gets here, you see how much force it has. So that's why this whole climate change thing's kind of ridiculous to me. And one thing I want to mention real quick, you were talking about Jimmy Carter. He was a Naval Academy graduate, and he was in nuclear engineering. And when he was president, 3 Mile Island almost had a meltdown or whatever it was. They shut it down, and Bill Gates wants to open that up again to run his, his servers or something for artificial intelligence. So I don't know what the people up in Pennsylvania will think about opening up 3 Mile Island again, but have to be a world of work done on that.
Yes.
No, Jimmy Carter. Well, there was a lot of things that went on that I had to question if he wasn't being sabotaged by some of the people here in this country, mostly the Republicans. And I know at times whenever they actually made inflation worse in the late 70s, and that's kind of whenever I started drifting away from the Republican Party. And like I said, I grew up with the people that would put billboards up saying, "Let us win, get us out of the UN, and impeach George Warren." I don't know if you ever seen any of those signs or not, but that was the type of people that I grew up with, and trust me, they were a whole lot more radical or conservative than the people with the Project 2025 or whatever it was. And I think the Republicans are as much behind trying to demonize that project as the Democrats. So anyway, I'll let you go with that. But all this flooding that's going on, and as much change as there's been, I don't think a lot of the flood maps are what they should be or where they can accurately forecast them. So anyway, I'll let you go.
Right. And of course, when you're talking an event that is a 1 in 100 or 1 in 500 year event, it's not like we've never had flooding before. These things happen, whether it's once every 100 or 500 or 1,000 years. Well, hello to Norman. Checked in a bit earlier. Jeff from Butte, Montana tonight. Enjoying my time on a businessman's holiday. I went through Yellowstone yesterday. We're headed for the Washington coast. Only 800 miles to go. Everybody have a good morning. Just a measly 800 miles, right? Kevin, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 64 degrees in Follett, Texas. Good to see you back, doing well. Prayers going out for all those affected by this storm damage in areas of the southeastern USA. But my newly upgraded, powerful, chrome-plated cow truck is running like a raped ape, and it's bringing a new meaning to the term high rate of speed. Well, speaking of that, I got to get loaded for a trip north to the corn patch. Live action continues. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Texas. Good morning, Roki, sharing some tidbits here. Yes, I believe I have the full story on that. The numbers that came out, I think it was Friday. Yeah, this past Friday. Same day that Kamala Harris actually made a visit to our southern border. Yeah, the timing could not have been worse. Of the millions of migrants released into this country by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, 647,572 have criminal histories, including 16,000 of sexual assault, 13,000 convicted of homicide, and 1,845 that were fleeing homicide charges, which kind of goes right in line with the next headline he shared. Back in July here, a few months ago, Trump was making claims of countries like Venezuela emptying their prisons to send them here. The New York Times, after that, said, quote, "There is little evidence supporting Trump's claim of countries emptying their prisons." Well, if you've got 13,000 that have entered this country that are convicted of homicide, last I checked, most of them would have been in prison, would they not? Another 1,800 plus fleeing homicide charges. Yes, we know. It's just the mainstream media trying to play cover for this administration. And I think most people with a lick of common sense know that visit, to the southern border. Late last week was just, again, a photo opportunity, trying to, again, making the assertion that we're going to secure our border if you elect me as president. J.D. Vance asked the same question. Well, Kamala, you're the vice president. Why can't you do anything to secure the border now? Why do we have to wait? Which makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, we all know that. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, update this morning from the trucker, which obviously the impacts of Helene, no doubt impacting the movement of goods. The transportation sector with so many road closures, made major interstates, forcing in some cases very lengthy detours. Helene immediately displayed the far-reaching power hundreds of miles away. As of Sunday evening, nearly 100 now confirmed dead. Numerous roadways, including a stretch of I-40 in North Carolina, Tennessee, the major freight corridor, damaged or completely destroyed by floodwaters. So many trees were toppled in South Carolina that at one point, more than 40% of the entire state was without power. In North Carolina, dams were in jeopardy of failing. Entire communities cut off by floods. Authorities struggling Sunday to get water and other supplies to isolated, flood-stricken areas across the southeast as the death toll continues to rise. One North Carolina county that includes the mountain city of Asheville reported 30 confirmed dead due to the storm there, pushing the overall death toll to at least 91. Supplies being airlifted to the region around that isolated city, according to the county manager, pledging that she would have food and water into Asheville by today, a.k.a. Monday. We hear you. We need food and we need water. She was speaking on a Sunday call with reporters. My staff has been making every request possible to the state for support, and we've been working with every single organization that has reached out. What I promise you is that we are very close, as she put it. But officials warning that the rebuilding from the widespread loss of homes and property is going to be very lengthy and difficult, upending life throughout the Southeast. Deaths also reported in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia. North Carolina's Governor Roy Cooper predicting the death toll will continue to rise as rescuers and other emergency workers continue to reach areas isolated by collapsed roads, failing infrastructure, and widespread flooding. He implored residents in western North Carolina to avoid travel, both for their own safety and to keep the roads clear for emergency vehicles. Our one rescue effort involved saving 41 people north of Asheville. President Biden described the impact of the storm as stunning, stating he will visit the area this week as long as it doesn't disrupt in rescue or recovery work. Of course, hundreds of water rescues. Several million customers still without power as of this moment. South Carolina's Governor Henry McMaster asking for patience as crews dealt with widespread snapped power poles in that state. People, we ask you to remain calm. Help is on the way. It's just going to take time. But this storm unleashing the worst flooding in a century in North Carolina. Spruce Pine, one community, was doused with over 2 feet of rain from Tuesday through Saturday. So there you go. Law enforcement was making plans to send officers to places that still had water, food, or gas. There are reports of some arguments and threats of violence coming in. Desperate people do desperate things. The question, how could a single storm unleash destruction so far away? It was a big storm, folks. 350 miles wide. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. The country's health ministry says over 50 people were killed in airstrikes on Sunday. Israel says it's also attacked military targets of the Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen. Chris Watts works with the charity Future Academy in refugee camps in Lebanon.
The drone sounds now are just something we live with. It's like the sonic booms as well. They're becoming normal. For the children in our camp, it's something that they just get used to. And I don't think anybody should have to grow up with that sort of daily warfare.
A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are expected to return to Earth early next year. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. The incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is reportedly set to hold a general poll on October the 27th. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
On Friday, Shigeru Ishiba was elected as head of the country by his party, but not the public. He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, prime minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Outgoing Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who did not seek a second term as the party leader, also held a snap election when he became Prime Minister in October 2021. Since Friday's vote, Ishiba has been choosing his first cabinet, with most top posts going to veterans with connections across the party and those who are closest to the new Prime Minister. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
At least 89 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the US, as Jagruti Dave reports.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power, and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Austria's right-wing FPO party is celebrating an election victory. Projected results suggest it has beaten the Conservative People's Party, but is well short of securing a parliamentary majority. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the toll on the Biden administration that is being taken by Benjamin Netanyahu's determination to ignore the entreaties he receives from Washington over the spiraling conflict in the Middle East. Israel's elimination over the weekend of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah flew in the face of Biden's efforts to secure a 21-day ceasefire. Jasmine El-Gamal is a Middle East analyst and a former Pentagon advisor during the Obama administration. She says Biden Biden has only himself to blame.
He's not actually trying seriously to effect any change. I mean, he's been complaining about Benjamin Netanyahu for almost a year now. And all of these leaked stories about how frustrated he is with Netanyahu, how he has angry phone calls with Netanyahu. But in the meantime, the U.S. continues to send arms and funds, continues to support the war militarily. Their envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been dealing on the Lebanon-Israel issue, has been completely sidelined, ineffective. The Israelis don't really tell him anything before they do what they do, and likewise with Secretary of State Blinken. So the Americans really come out of this looking extremely impotent diplomatically on one end, and then also at the same time continuing to fuel the very conflict that they say they're trying to end.
And of course there are questions about how all this will impact the presidential election campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. And at least 89 people have been killed in the US in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Get our final hour underway on a Monday. All right, trust you had a good weekend. A lot of folks in the East did not have a good weekend. And of course, cleanup just beginning for some. Others struggling just to get by, in dire need of food and water. I mentioned earlier the word being passed about electric vehicles finding themselves submerged in water. The New York Post shares this morning a Tesla caught on camera bursting into flames inside a Florida garage, flooded by Hurricane Helene. The jaw-dropping video released by officials as a warning to others. The fire started underneath the electric ride, fully engulfed it in less than a minute's time. According to surveillance footage of the cluttered garage where thick smoke quickly filled the room. Pinellas County government officials blasting out the video over the weekend, Saturday, to warn electric car owners to take action after the hurricane walloped parts of the Sunshine State, North Carolina, a handful of other states. All right, President Biden called the power of the storm stunning, vowing to give the affected states everything we have during what will be the recovery effort. But Pinellas officials urging electric car owners, as well as electric bike owners, take precautions in the face of the storm surge from salt water, including not parking their car or bike inside their home or garage, moving electric vehicles 50 feet away from any other combustible material. The county also suggested having the car towed to a dealership to get it inspected before driving it again after the storm. Oh, boy. Yeah, millions still without power as of Sunday night. Let me get to Daryl in Fairfield this Monday morning. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
How is Steve and how is Stryker?
Everybody doing all right. I did get to briefly stop by and say hello over the weekend after my surgical procedure, and everybody doing all right.
Well, I was saying a prayer for you, and I imagine many people were praying for you, and that always helps as we go through surgery.
Yes.
My dad lived in Pennsylvania back in the 30s, and he always referred to the Johnson City flood. And that happened at least 150 years ago before anybody ever heard the word climate change. Have you heard anything about Dollywood since all this flooding?
I have not. Yeah, I know, Sevierville, they were flooded, excessively flooded here just about a month ago with nothing to do with Helene. I need to check on that. Yeah, the Gatlinburg, Sevierville area, all that water comes rushing down from Gatlinburg down into Pigeon Forge.
And as I understand it, the 2 lanes of I-40 were over Pigeon Forge that fell in. They said it just fell in the Pigeon Forge River.
Mm-hmm.
I used to make 6 trips a week from Cincinnati to Greensboro, hauling mail down through the gorge. And, the boulders came off. That it was not uncommon for I-40 to have 1 lane closed after heavy rain down through there. I can't imagine with 2 feet of rain. And I thought Asheville set up on top of a mountain. Because when you leave Asheville, you go over to the Eastern Continental Divide going towards Spartanburg.
Mm-hmm.
And that drops off about 1,000 foot. And I can't imagine it being flooded at Asheville. Have you driven through Asheville, North Carolina lately?
I don't believe I've been through Asheville. I'm not sure if I've ever been through Asheville.
Well, you go down through the gorge and then come up the mountain, and I'm telling you, it sets up on a mountain, and I can't imagine where all the flooding came from.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the spaceship that docked to carry the 2 people back, why would it have to wait till February to bring them back?
Well, every mission to the to the International Space Station, normally they go up for a 5 or 6 month mission. So, yeah, they're not changing the schedule for this mission. The two, there's 1 astronaut, 1 cosmonaut that just docked yesterday. They're going to stay their normal, typical time frame, which I guess technically they could come back today if they wanted to, but they're going to make Butch and Sonny wait there for the next 5 months.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why, but there were 4 of them went up. There were seats for 4 people, and only 2 went up. Is that correct?
So that way they've got room for all 4 to return. Correct.
All right. And did Philip ever have Disney World closed over the weekend? Have you heard from him today?
No, he had taken off this morning, and he sent me a message that he'll check in on Tuesday morning. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how his weekend fared.
We'll get a full report tomorrow, okay?
Correct.
And I try to follow Vic, but I have trouble following Vic's thoughts. He has many thoughts jumbling around in his head.
Sometimes, yeah.
He's a great guy. I always enjoy his calls, but my lands, that man has the experience of a encyclopedia. I heard Grump call the other day. I really like that man. He is a man's man. Thank you for keeping us alert, keeping us awake, and keeping us informed, Steve. And my prayers are with you as you continue your therapy.
Continue to recuperate, as they say, yes. Thank you very much. Daryl, have a great Monday. Speaking of Monday, there he is, Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Welcome back. Glad everything's going well. You're on the mend. First day back for me after a week off. We'll see how things go the rest of the year. In the automotive industry overall. Only 75 for Fort Wayne today, 74 at Sterling Heights as we get ready to start the new week. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a great week from Truck and Phil and Semper Fi. Yeah, if Phil hadn't brought it up to me via his email, I didn't really see anything in the industry headlines about supposedly the Sterling Heights facility was shut down last week because of supply chain issues, whatever. And I'm not sure what they were having trouble getting. If it goes back to the old chip scenario that we were dealing with so heavily during the pandemic. For those who may not have been with us early in the program, let me update. In the Conyers, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta, thousands have been evacuated, others sheltering in place to avoid contaminants from a chemical plant fire that sent a massive plume of dark smoke. Yeah, actually multiple colors, really nasty stuff. For miles, Interstate 20 shut down in both directions in the area. According to the Georgia Department of Transportation, traffic was obviously snarled after vehicles backed up in the area after the closure. Yeah, but apparently it was a sprinkler head malfunction a little after 5 o'clock Sunday morning. Biolab facility in Conyers. That caused water to mix with a water-reactive chemical that produced a plume of chemicals. Now, that was early on. There were employees in the plant at that point in time, but that billowing cloud of smoke was visible Sunday afternoon as far as 30 miles away. If I understand it, the initial fire was brought under control. It was a small plant on the roof that was initially contained, then about the noon hour, reignited and then really blossomed out of control. Biolab's website says it's a swimming pool and spa water care division of Lawrenceville, Georgia-based KIK Consumer Products. The automated message on the parent's company website stating to call back during business hours. We are actively responding to an occurrence at our facility in Conyers, was the word from a Biolab representative. Employees are accounted for, no injuries. The team is on the scene working with first responders. Yeah, people in the northern port of Rockdale County, north of Interstate 20, were ordered to evacuate. Others were told to shelter in place. Close your windows, close your doors. The sheriff's office spokesperson did not know the official number of those evacuated, but it covered a large portion of the community of Conyers. Now, Sunday evening, the Newton County School District announced classes will be canceled for today. Out of an abundance of caution, we've determined the best course of action is to close all schools for Monday. The Federal Environmental Protection Agency and the Georgia Environmental Protection Division are both on location there. The agencies are monitoring the air to give us more of an idea of what that plume actually consists of. McDaniel said crews are working on removing the chemical from the building away from the water source. Once the product is contained, the situation will be assessed, and word will come down letting residents know when it's safe to return to their homes. But obviously some major traffic snarls revolving around that in Georgia as we get the new week started here. Yeah, right on the heels of the incredible flooding. Atlanta, the entire Atlanta metro was under a flood emergency there on Friday afternoon. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, we've all heard the saying over the years, kids say the darndest things. Even had a television program dedicated to that when I was very young. In presidential politics, fourth graders savaged the vice president and Democrat nominee, part of a study conducted by professors at Stanford University and Arizona State University, reporting last Wednesday via CNN's report. Let's see. An Arizona State professor, Ashley Landrum, says, what's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris? Liar. A Texas boy fires back without missing a beat. A black female, fourth grader. It'd be good for us to have a black woman as president for the first time in history. But my vote's kind of still on Trump. I just don't think a woman would be right for our president, said another Texas girl. Let's see. Landrum asked, well, why do you think a woman wouldn't be right for president, in your view? I think because only boys have been president before, and they would be more stronger, the girl said. Asked for one word to describe Harris, the girl called her selfish, explaining that girls are a little dramatic sometimes. Now, Landrum is described by CNN as a psychologist, has a Ph.D. in psychological science, but teaches at ASU's Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication. Stanford political scientist Chantal Leigner was the other researcher involved in the study. All right, let's see some of the other questions. They said one girl was asked to describe Trump. Yeah, one word to describe Trump, which she used two words, pure evil. Pure evil. Yeah, this is a study that was done to the standards of an academic study, but as I did not do the work through the university and it's being published on CNN, Landrum said, I'm not publishing this in a scholarly journal. Kids in Democrat-leaning states were almost 9 times more likely to express negative emotions about Trump than those in Republican-leaning states, were to express those emotions about Harris. Landrum conducted interviews with 10 and 11-year-olds in New Jersey, Texas, and Arizona, finding that kids in blue states like New Jersey gave more extreme responses. What's the first word that pops into your head? Okay, nearly a third seemed focused on Trump's status as a convicted felon following the hush money case. Kids obviously hear the discussions, whether it's around parents talking amongst neighbors and other friends. One boy said, do you think it's okay for somebody who's a convicted felon to become president of the United States? The boy who called Harris a liar was asked at another point, to which he said yes, without reservation. Yeah, kids say the darndest things. Yes, they do. Would that be the missing link?
That would be me. How the hell have you been, buddy?
Wow. Well, I'm doing all right. It's been quite a while since we've had a conversation.
I know, right? Just been really busy out here. I still listen to you all the time. I just get sidetracked and get busy doing other things and just forget. Well, not really forget. I just get busy and
busy.
I
Sure.
Don't mean not to call. But sad day in country music yesterday, though. I heard Chris Christopherson died.
Yeah, sure enough.
88 years old. That's a good life.
Yeah, I think for several years he's been in decline. Though he was kind of going. He had kind of like Glenn Campbell had gone downhill. Didn't just it wasn't much living a life the last couple of years.
Right. But yeah, we been pretty much on a sweet gig now. Me and the wife. Of course, you knew me and the wife. We've been running team now for last 15 years, I guess. But we got a sweet little gig now where we just haul motorcycles all year round, and we haul specifically for a company called Eagle Rider, which is a big motorcycle rental company. They have rental companies all over the United States, but we just pick up bikes, haul them from one location to another location, and here lately we've been running back and forth from L.A. to Chicago with these rentals, man, because they still got that, been doing that Route 66 tour.
Mm-hmm.
So, but other than that, we just, doing that deal and keep praying for our country and hope to God that Trump gets back in office come November, which I cannot see no way for Harris to get in office. I mean, his rallies, Steve.
Yes.
Are always packed. Always, I mean, like, they don't cost anything to go to these rallies, but, they got to have tickets for them, and, like, they're selling out of these tickets every rally.
Oh, yeah. And then
that rally there on Long Island, they had people standing outside.
Thousands.
Watching this rally.
Thousands outside, yes.
Thousands. I just don't see how she can win this election. I really don't. And then what's funny is you keep reading all the left media.
Right, and it's actually,
and
it's reminiscent of 4 years ago when Biden was in the basement and Trump was holding these rallies with massive turnout. Then it's the same scenario. But hey, and let me pause there. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Lebanon says 1 million people may be displaced as Israel continues airstrikes. The country's health ministry says over 50 people were killed in airstrikes on Sunday. Israel says it's also attacked military targets of the Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen. Chris Watts works with the charity Future Academy in refugee camps in Lebanon.
The drone sounds now are just something we live with. It's like for sonic booms as well. They're becoming normal. For the children in our camp, it's something that they just get used to. And I don't think anybody should have to grow up with that sort of daily warfare.
A SpaceX capsule has docked at the International Space Station on a mission to bring back 2 stranded astronauts. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are expected to return to Earth early next year. Japan is set to hold a snap election before November. The incoming Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is reportedly set to hold a general poll on October the 27th. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
On Friday, Shigeru Ishiba was elected as head of the country by his party, but not the public. He won an internal vote to become the party's president and, by extension, prime minister. He's set to take office on October 1st. The public broadcaster is reporting that he's set to dissolve parliament on October 9th for an election to be held on the 27th to refresh his party's mandate. Outgoing Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who did not seek a second term as the party leader, also held a snap election when he became Prime Minister in October 2021. Since Friday's vote, Ishiba has been choosing his first cabinet, with most top posts going to veterans with connections across the party and those who are closest to the new Prime Minister. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
At least 89 people have been killed in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which made landfall on Thursday in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm has caused devastation across several states in the southeast of the US, as Jagruti Dave reports.
US President Joe Biden says the devastation wrought by Hurricane Helene is a tragedy. It brought heavy rains and flooding to around 600 miles of the United States, hitting the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio and Indiana. Officials expect the death toll to go up as rescuers reach more remote regions. Over 2 million people are without power and road closures are making it hard to get clean water to communities. Moody's Analytics estimates the storm has caused up to $26 billion worth of property damage. Experts, including the head of the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, say climate change is part of the reason why Hurricane Helene has been quite so catastrophic.
Austria's right-wing FPO party is celebrating an election victory. Projected results suggest it has beaten the Conservative People's Party, but is well short of securing a parliamentary majority. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I had seen or heard about Chris Christopherson several years ago, and at the time he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And I did not realize, I guess about a year ago, they were talking about how he had miraculously come back. According to the report, apparently his Alzheimer's diagnosis was a misdiagnosis. Just a few months after a 2016 All-Star celebration of his songs in Nashville, a featuring Closer revealed doctors had been treating him for the wrong thing for most of a decade. He'd been suffering from memory loss since 2009, so the medical team told him it was either Alzheimer's or dementia, brought on by being hit in the head so much playing football and boxing when he was younger. It was early 2016, a new doctor tested him for something else that can cause memory loss and neurological problems, aka Lyme disease. The test came back positive. He kicked all the old medication and spent several weeks treating the right illness. And I guess at one point emerged as a new man. It was like Lazarus coming out of the grave, being born again, according to one of his friends, Chris Gantry. Christopherson had given very few, if any, interviews in the last 5 years. And this story was from last year because he was 87 at the time. His team had not shared anything about his health. All right, so, So how about that? An incorrect diagnosis. Lost nearly 10 years being treated for something that I guess he may have actually, by the end have had Alzheimer's or dementia, but thanks for hanging in there, Missing Link.
That's all right. That almost sounds like a lawsuit. But, hell, I don't even know what I was talking. Oh, yeah, I remember what I was talking about. You talk about these rallies and stuff, how they're always packed.
Yes.
And they got, if you look at the left media says, oh, the numbers are way down and blah, 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 or they're neck and neck in the swing states. I think there is a majority out there that's just staying silent until Election Day. And I really think Trump's going to win by landslide. I really do. I mean, there's just what he says that too big to rig. I think it is. I mean, his amount of support that is, that he has behind him is just staggering. But we'll see what all unfolds come November, won't we, Steve?
Undoubtedly we will, as stranger things have happened Yeah, one thing I feel a bit more confident for the 24 election after all the focus on possible shenanigans, aka cheating in 2020. I think there's going to be a lot more scrutiny, a lot more paying attention to what's going. It's going to be much more difficult, I hope, to try and rig anything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this I think there's a lot of people that they've got their eye on this time. I mean, in my opinion, Biden should have never won this last election. I mean, Trump's amount of votes that he had, this past election, should have knocked Biden right out. But how did he mysteriously get in? And it just these Democrats are so crooked. They're so sneaky. They're just it's like this whole ordeal with Kamala Harris. How did Kamala Harris end up being the nominee with not one vote? How did she get in the position that she's in now and not have one single vote for for her to be the nominee?
The nominee, correct.
They're sneaky, man, and I pray that when Trump gets back in, he can really change things around and get rid of all this cheating and everything else, and get our elections back to the way. I mean, he talks like he's going to get our elections and everything and our voting back to normal, and I hope that he does.
Well,
and I hope that he accomplishes everything that he says he's going to try to do. The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Oh man, can you imagine the amount of people that will sign up to want to work overtime? So, anyway, Steve, that's all I got, buddy.
Great.
Have a good day.
Don't be such a stranger. All right? Yeah, last call was sometime in 2022. Good to hear from you. Missing Link, thank you so much. All right, let me see here. We're all familiar with the Waffle House Index, right? FEMA, they no joke, they actually used the Waffle House Index to measure the severity of a hurricane. If a Waffle House location actually closes down, that's really bad. FEMA said it's really bad. When I'm kind of curious, how many Waffle Houses may have actually shut down? Obviously, some had to. Lauren, we said the French Broad River runs through Asheville, North Carolina. This is probably where that flooding in Asheville came from. All right. Sylvester, how we doing? Loving the show, Steve. Hope you're okay. I missed the first 3 hours of the show, so didn't hear if you'd given any sort of an update. Please pray for my family down in Georgia. My mother just managed to get out of her home in Vidalia, Georgia, and drive several hours to where my brother lives, north of Atlanta. Mom's okay. Her house is damaged, no power. God bless all those battling the floodwaters and those going into the devastated areas to save lives and help those in need. And thank you for the updates, Steve. And there's 5-7. Copy the mail. Copy the mail. Hope you're doing well there, 5-7 as well. Kamala made that border visit. Here's the rest of the story. Following her photo op trip to the southern border. Yeah, she's talking tough, right? We're talking tough about border security. As if she wasn't responsible for the flood of illegals that have come into the country. And the Border Patrol actually called her out. The Border Patrol union slamming Kamala for having ignored the border problem that she created for over 3 years. posting via X, "We have apprehended over 8 million illegals over the past 4 years, and now you realize we need more help 38 days before the election?" The Border Patrol Union also fact-checked Harris' claim that she played a role in increasing Border Patrol agent overtime pay, which they say, quote, "This could not be further from the truth." Friday, border czar Kamala Harris flew down to Arizona for a photo op at the southern U.S. border, through which untold millions of migrants from all over the world have entered the U.S. illegally during the Biden-Harris administration. While there, she gave a ridiculous speech in which she called for tougher border security, pledging to enact various forms of immigration reform if she's elected in November, including a 5-year ban on reentry for those who entered the country illegally. So she was doing her very best Trump impersonation. Then she floated the pathway to citizenship for those who've been in the country for, well, years. How many years? 4 years? A pathway to, for all those you've allowed to flood into the... Also Friday, and this was the kicker, the damning revelation from Representative Tony Gonzalez, which stated U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement revealing over 650,000 migrants with criminal histories were let loose in the United States. This is from mid-May of 2023 through the end of July this year. I mean, in 1 year's time, 650,000 with criminal records. As of July 21, 2024, 662,566 non-citizens with criminal histories on ICE's national docket, which includes those detained by ICE, and on the agency's non-detained docket. Of those, 435,000 plus are convicted criminals. 226,000 plus have pending criminal charges. All those details were actually in response from a letter back in March where Gonzalez was demanding answers from the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Yeah, that's the kind of news that couldn't come on a worse day for Kamala while she was visiting the southern border. But I would question how many amongst the American populace have heard anything about that. What have we focused on pretty much nonstop since Friday? Does anyone even know Kamala went to the southern border? No, we've talked nonstop about Hurricane Helene, the destruction, the flooding. That's dominated the news cycle. So, as I would suspect, 99% of the people probably have no idea anything about this report of the hundreds of thousands with actually homicide convictions. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summer. Now, don't you say anything. You read that article where that girl said girls are dramatic. That's an understatement, isn't it?
Yes,
well,
yes, I get.
Tennessee got a sister. You could have called her jumper cable, Steve, because she was always starting something there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read where Volkswagen says they're done with the cheap plastic interiors and they're going to switch to some nice fabric. I hope it's leather. I like leather cars inside there. Well, hold my beer while I do something stupid, Steve. This Amazon semi-truck does its best donut impression at a California street takeover with his buddies. Well, guess what? He's walking today, Steve. They just put him right. Once they posted it on social media, goodbye, you no longer have a job there. That chemical you was talking about, that's a class 4 hazmat. It's dangerous when wet, Steve. I'm not going to smart nothing off there, so Carter and the population growth, that's just a lot of sex going on, right?
I guess so.
All right, so you that's all of my, yeah. That's all my bull on it. You've had a great show. I'll get back quiet and like Horsefellow said, let somebody more intelligent than me get in there. So.
Well,
all right, have a good day, Steve.
We'll see what we can find there. Hell, it might be the anonymous hippopotamus. I wanted to quickly get through coming up on the midnight, and unless something miraculous occurs today before the midnight hour. Port strike is supposed to begin, right? A very interesting commentary piece from FreightWaves over the weekend, which says the sweetest words are, here's your end of the bargain. The time-honored saying goes. That is never more true than in union negotiations where just about every player has a piece of the action, particularly in the current bargaining between port employers and union dock workers at 36 ports on the east and Gulf coasts. The public-private argument that's already gone all the way to the why. Unlike contract talks between, say, baseball team owners and players' unions that take place under the glare of 24-hour media, bargaining on longshore contracts is notoriously confidential, shrouded in secrecy, save the occasional dueling news releases that only succeed in flattening the actual drama that threatens to hold hostage a good chunk of the U.S. and global goods economy that's bigger in value than all the professional sports leagues put together. The rare leak of actual contract details is promptly disavowed as stakeholders wait anxiously for the next announcement. That's about how it's gone during the current round of bargaining between the port employers, represented by the Maritime Alliance, and the International Longshoremen's Association. Whatever talks were taking place came to an abrupt halt in June when the union refused to buy what the employers were selling. They have since refused to return to negotiations, ratcheting up the rhetoric by calling for war against the employers, insisting that the docks belong to us. Now, it's tradition for unions to get paid when times are good, and most indicators are on an upward trend. GDP grew at an annual rate of 3% in the third quarter of this year, up from 1.6% the previous 2 quarters. And while lower energy, food, and transportation costs helped inflation cool to 2.5% in August, you throw in a tight jobs market, and that's why a number of high-profile companies from UPS to railroads, airlines, automakers, settled with their unions. Yes, the machinists are on strike at Boeing. Thousands of hotel workers have walked off the job seeking higher wages and better working conditions, but mostly there's a labor peace. Containerized imports through the U.S. gateways continue to surge to near record levels. Now, as everyone discovered during the pandemic, container ports are a choke point in our supply chain. As essential to daily life in the U.S., it's as essential as water, electricity, and telecommunications. Disruptions have a ripple effect throughout the economy, exponentially compounded as the goods pile up at the ports and the terminals, the warehouses, and the other distribution points. So it takes longer to restart the flow of goods than it does to stop it, considerably longer. The domestic intermodal supply chain begins at the ports, and with some exceptions, it's union employees who see the efficient handling of the incoming containers through these ports. Here's where we see the players sitting in on a game where there's more than one winning hand in a pot that only grows larger. But union contract negotiations are not like a winner-takes-all game of Texas Hold'em. The optimal outcome of any negotiations is that all sides are rewarded as part of a compromise outcome. But wait, it is an election year. That's like a doubling down for each container move. President Biden courted the union support in his re-election campaign, going so far as to walk with the auto plant employees on the picket lines. The United Auto Workers, flush with new contracts, rewarded Biden with their endorsement. Now, since inherited by Kamala Harris, so it was probably with more than a little trepidation that a cabal of importers, manufacturers, trade groups, and House Republicans tried to pressure Biden to block the October 1 strike for the good of the economy. The Taft-Hartley Act. It gives the powers to intervene. But again, as of this past day, Joe said he's not planning to do so. How do you thread the needle? As Biden told businesses he would not block a strike, but he might be playing semantics and come back later and actually intervene, kind of like Bush or, Biden. He can give the union some rope and let the work stoppage drag on just long enough to bake in 65,000 union votes ahead of the election, where the swing state, the polling there is razor thin. Then get employers to cave on a new longshore contract, and ta-da, he saves Christmas. That's the view from high above. But there are other state and federal bodies waiting for their turns. Okay, the past 20 years have seen an infrastructure arms race as port authorities of all sizes vie to outspend one another in a breathtaking bid to expand their container handling capacity while the ocean carriers build ever bigger ships. We'll see. All right, the midnight hour is rapidly approaching, right? The anonymous hippopotamus. Did we find a more intelligent caller? What the?
Who knows? What the? We'll see how this works out. So I will say, now that we got the school back in session and we're back into normal winter traffic flow that we have, the Key Bridge is definitely making a difference in causing issues on the one side of the Beltway that's still open. So there's a lot more traffic congestion this year on the rest of the Beltway than there is without the Key Bridge there. So it's definitely playing a part. So no matter how many containers come in, ships and containers come into the port, there's only still so much that can go up and down the roads to get out and get back to reload them and send them on their way. So unless they want to change their hours of operation, which is usually like 9 to 3 during the daytime, as I don't know. So anyways, so did I hear on your news that SpaceX has the capsule up to bring the 2 NASA astronauts that went up on the Boeing mission back to Earth already?
Yes. The Dragon, seats for 4, went to the space station over the weekend with 2 astronauts aboard, but they're going to go ahead and do what their normal 5 or 6 month mission would be while they're there, and then the 4 get to come back in February.
All right. Well, that's not a big deal then. At least they'll have something to do for a little while, but at least we know the schedule. Now the question is that those astronauts, because they have to wear the SpaceX
suits,
spacesuit suits home in the capsule there, are they going to be able to wear their Boeing patch? Of course, they were NASA astronauts, so I don't even know if they had a Boeing patch. Maybe they didn't. So, but that would be kind of interesting to know if Elon would let them wear a Boeing insignia thing on anything. They have to wear a SpaceX.
They're going to be wearing a SpaceX. You can guarantee that. Yeah, prominent. Elon, he'll be rubbing it in Boeing's face. All right, Hippopotamus. Hey, have a great Monday. Thanks for joining us. Back in the saddle again. We'll have all the latest. Will the port workers strike at the stroke of midnight tonight? Come back, because that's when we'll kick off our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I